morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Summit on Higher Education, brought to you by UNISA Enterprise in association with Telkom Business. My name is Nastasia Arenter, and a special warm welcome to those of you who are joining us online. We do hope that you will continue to participate throughout the session as we explore that intersection between academic research, financial strategies, but also looking at what corporate collaboration looks like. And then a little bit later on, we'll shift the conversation and try and talk about what cutting technology exists in order to shape the future of education. Throughout the session, you'll notice that we are going to be having a strong focus on commercializing university-led innovations, but also looking at how do we foster inclusivity through strategic funding, all while leveraging technology. Throughout the session, you're going to be hearing from experts who are going to be on the panel, and they are going to be bringing in perspectives from equity, sustainable development, etc., especially as it relates to South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, without much further ado, I am going to be welcoming the first person who's going to give you the official welcome as it stands from the UNISA Enterprise perspective, but he'll also help us set the scene in terms of why we are actually all here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Lesetja Macheka, who is the CEO of UNISA Enterprise.
Thank you. Thank you. Is it program director or master of ceremonies? Okay. All right. Honorable Leboha Maile, MEC for Finance and Economic Development in Gauteng, Mr. Sakile Mlauzi, Deputy Chairperson of UNISA Council, Mr. Justice Tapambe, President of UNISA Convocation and a member of UNISA Council, Ms. Nokuthula Matonzi, Treasurer General of UNISA National SRC, Advocate Kagodi Murota, CEO of Black Forum, Ms. Linda Magoma, President of Association for the Advancement of Black Accountants of Southern Africa, Dr. Olwethu Sipuka, Dean of Students at UNISA, Dr. Anusha Naidu, Chief Director at the Department of Public Service and Administration, distinguished panel members, our sponsors and partners, Telkom Business, Alive Advertising, Adapt IT, and Business Day Dialogues, who have helped us to make this event a reality. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our inaugural National Summit on Higher Education Funding. I am honored to have you here with us today as we unite in pursuit of progress, innovation, and sustainable solutions for our institutions of higher learning. Our summit's mission is clear: to explore and redefine the landscape of funding in higher education. Our objectives are to identify current challenges, explore collaborative partnerships, and discover alternative income streams to ensure long-term sustainability. Today, institutions of higher learning face multiple challenges, from declining revenues, threatening financial sustainability, resulting in institutions having to do more with less. The quest for alternative income streams is essential for maintaining financial health, whether through enhanced alumni engagement, partnerships with private sector, or innovative research initiatives. Diversifying income is a key to sustainability. We are here to brainstorm and carve new pathways for financial stability and growth. As we navigate through the intricate terrain of higher education funding, it is impossible to overlook the profound impact of rising student debt on the sustainability of many of our institutions. The burden of rising student debt looms large. Many students are deterred from pursuing higher education due to financial constraints, while those who do take on the considerable debt are delayed in contributing to the economy. This cycle can lead to diminished enrollment rates, further impacting institutional revenue and sustainability. Parallel to these financial challenges, advancements in technology, particularly in artificial intelligence, present both challenges and opportunities. While the integration of these technologies require investments that may seem daunting amidst budget cuts, these innovations can revolutionize the learning and teaching experience. Institutions can leverage AI to tailor education experiences, using data to personalize learning paths for students, thereby enhancing engagement and outcomes. Furthermore, virtual classrooms and online resources expand access, providing flexible learning opportunities beyond traditional campus boundaries. The confluence of these issues underscores the urgent need for creative and holistic solutions. It calls for unified efforts to secure stable funding sources, explore innovative income streams, and foster an environment where education remains accessible and institutions remain robust. These summits provide a unique opportunity for collaboration by bringing together thought leaders, policymakers, educators, and industry innovators. We aim to foster partnerships that transcend traditional boundaries. Together, we can create synergies that benefit not just our institutions, but our society at large. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit is taking place amid a rising unemployment crisis, particularly affecting the youth and graduates, with recent statistics indicating that youth unemployment exceeds 60%. This situation presents a significant challenge. We cannot be tone deaf. We have recently seen nearly 30,000 youth participating in a march to the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, urging businesses to create more job opportunities. It is crucial that higher education institutions work closely with industry to address this issue. Institutions can play a crucial role in cultivating and developing entrepreneurs to start their own businesses and create job opportunities for others, thereby addressing the issue of unemployment. The most recent Global Entrepreneurship Monitor report indicates that 78% of adults globally view entrepreneurship as an appealing career choice, underscoring the broad attractiveness and potential of this path. Furthermore, the report has shown that small and medium-sized businesses comprise over 90% of all businesses worldwide, and as the primary new creation and contributing up to 70% of total employment in various countries. However, the entrepreneurship journey is not without challenges. The GEM report has identified access to financing, navigating regulatory frameworks, and obtaining necessary skills and support networks as significant barriers. These challenges emphasize the need for the development of an ecosystem that encourages entrepreneurship through policy reforms, education, and improved access to resources and networks. These underscores the increasing importance of collaboration, especially between the academic institutions and industry. Additionally, our institutions can contribute to tackling other pressing challenges, such as climate change. The green economy represents a significant area of opportunity where innovation aligns with sustainability. Earlier this year, UNISA Enterprise, in collaboration with Bank Sita, initiated a program to train 50 graduates on entrepreneurship opportunities within the green economy. These students are set to complete their training and graduate by end of this month. We are actively exploring partnerships with other SITAs to expand the program and provide opportunities for a greater number of graduates. Master of Ceremonies, I almost said Program Director. Before I conclude, allow me to tell you a little bit about UNISA Enterprise and what we do. We are a wholly owned subsidiary of the University of South Africa. The company was established in 2016 to drive the third stream income mandate and thus assist the university to become financially sustainable. Our key areas of focus are research and innovation. In this regard, our subsidiary Bureau of Market Research stands as a leading research organization in South Africa. The second area of focus is catering. Through our subsidiary, UNISA Catering Services, we operate canteen facilities across all the campuses of the university in the country. And we offer catering services for events such as functions and conferences. We also have a media advisory service where we provide a variety of media services which encompasses media buying, outdoor advertising on campus, and facilitating thought leadership discussions such as today's event. We also provide enterprise supply development, focusing on training, capacity building, and venture creation. In addition to that, we provide ICT solutions, including training. Lastly, we have a financial services offering where we offer insurance and bursary management services. At the moment, the UNISA Enterprise group of companies employs close to 200 people and generates an annual revenue of approximately 100 million rand. In closing, I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation to everyone involved in making this event a reality. Our talented UNISA Enterprise media team, our esteemed partners at Business Day, sponsors, and everyone joining us today, both in person and virtual. Thank you for being part of this transformative journey. I look forward to fruitful discussions and groundbreaking collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Lisecha for setting the scene for us today. To deliver the opening address, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Deputy Chairperson of Council, Sakile Mlaudzi.
Thank you, Program Director, Honorable MEC for Finance and Economic Development, Mr. Lebogang Maile, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished panelists, I greet you all. I titled this presentation after an African proverb that says, to define ourselves, name ourselves, create for ourselves, and speak for ourselves. It is a profound honor and privilege to address you today as we examine the vital convergence of academic research, financial strategies, corporate partnerships, and technological advancements. Your presence here as a key player in shaping the future of education in South Africa is testament to the crucial role you play. The hashtag Fees Must Fall movement, a case study in contemporary activism, is a transformative force that illustrated the potential collective action to effect change. Its lessons are relevant not just within South Africa, but also for global movements seeking social justice and equitable access to education. While the Fees Must Fall movement, we have been reminded since 2011 that student debt in South Africa has skyrocketed, surpassing 6 billion rand. This is a challenge and a critical issue requiring urgent attention and action. UNISA as an institution is particularly affected by this growing crisis. The hashtag Fees Must Fall movement has reminded us of the urgent need to confront the challenges it highlighted. The protests ignited a national dialogue about educational access and financial equity, leading to significant changes in our funding landscape. Program Director, I believe that the road ahead is filled with obstacles. The hashtag Fees Must Fall project was not solely about student debt. It aimed to completely reimagine what higher education should be and what it should do for its citizens. It also highlighted that we are in a post-colonial state of uncertainty and challenges. The decolonization of the curriculum and the teaching methods used in higher education were being scrutinized. It further propels us to ask questions about the technology that we use and if it is accessible to students. If not, why? If so, how is it accessible? I believe there are 7 important possibilities to consider in the context of being in a post-colonial state and in light of the hashtag Fees Must Fall movement. We need to deeply consider the following. 1, online education platforms. 2, mobile learning solutions. 3, integration of digital tools. 4, innovative learning apps. 5, empowering educators. 6, infrastructure development. And lastly, cultural inclusivity. By embracing these technological advancements, UNISA Enterprise could enable UNISA and South Africa can move towards a more inclusive educational system that addresses historical injustices and prepares future generations for success in an increasingly digital economy. Colonialization did not simply impose a set of political and economic arrangements. It created an entire epistemological and ontological order that defines the relationship between oppressor and oppressed. This order remains intact, even as the structures of formal colonialism have been dismantled. What I have highlighted above illustrates why such a summit is pivotal. The intersectionalities of race, gender, sexuality, and economy are key lenses through which we could discuss and analyze how to enable conducive access to equal and quality higher education. Let us be frank with one another. Poverty has a name, and its name is Black. Here at UNISA, we are currently grappling with student debt exceeding 1 billion rand, which places considerable strain on our institutions. Although we have developed plans to address this issue, The backlog of outstanding funds has hindered our ability to implement some of these initiatives effectively. For more details on how the government allocates funding to higher education institutions, we encourage you to visit the Department of Higher Education and Training website, where you can find the ministerial statement on university funding. While I won't delve into further specifics at this moment, we sincerely urge you to collaborate with us in supporting our students and institutions. Some of the financial challenges that impact students' ability to pursue higher education or even complete their studies are: one, tuition fees. Rising tuition fees costs often outpace inflation, making it difficult for many families to afford higher education. Limited financial aid. While there are scholarships, bursaries available, many students struggle to secure funding, and the process can be competitive and complex. Living expenses. High cost of living, including accommodation, food, and transport, add significant financial strain, particularly in urban areas. Employment challenges. Many students work part-time jobs to support their studies, but job availability can be limited, and work hours often conflict with class schedules. Debt burden. Students who take student loans often graduate with substantial debt, which can be overwhelming and affect their financial stability post-graduation. Economic factors. The low rate of economic growth and high unemployment rate in South Africa impact families' ability to contribute to education costs, leaving students in debt. Access to technology. With the increasing reliance on digital resources for education, students may face additional costs for devices and internet access. And then lastly, health and wellness. Financial stress can impact students' mental health and overall well-being, making it harder to focus on studies. Program director, esteemed guests, and everyone in attendance, while we acknowledge the vital contributions the private sector has already made in fostering employment and providing student loans, bursaries, and scholarships, the primary aim of this summit is to initiate a significant pledge and foster an ongoing dialogue. We invite you to explore the various ways you can collaborate with us and contribute, both directly and indirectly, to supporting our students and institutions. By supporting our initiatives, you can help UNISA save resources, empower our students to make a positive impact in the community. Together, we can create a cycle of support where our students pay it forward and help others. Your contribution will make a meaningful difference. Some of the few avenues through which you can make a profound impact include, but are not limited to, the following. One, establishing scholarships and bursaries to support financially disadvantaged students and unlocking the doors of opportunity. Secondly, engaging in collaborative research projects that foster innovation and bridge the gap between academia and industry. Thirdly, becoming corporate sponsors of university events and initiatives and enhancing educational experiences for all. Fourthly, supporting infrastructure development, ensuring that our institutions have the facilities they need to thrive. And lastly, providing internships and work placements, offering students invaluable practical experience that prepares them for the workforce. We are not confined to the initiatives I outlined on the UNISA Enterprise website. We are eager to explore any ideas you may have that help us alleviate the financial pressures faced by higher learning institutions. Together, we can cultivate a culture of giving investment in education that transforms lives. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join us in this crucial mission. The future of education in South Africa relies on our collective efforts. Thank you for your time, passion, and dedication to a vision where education is a right for all, not a privilege. Let's embark on this journey together to define ourselves, name ourselves, create for ourselves, and speak for ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. My next task for the day is to introduce our Honorable MEC for Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Mr. Lebogang Maila. Mr. Maile is a UNISA alumni and has previously served in several senior positions in the Gauteng government, including as MEC for Human Settlement, Infrastructure, and Development. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome on stage Honorable MEC Maile. Thank you.
So you can feel the rain from the other side. Thank you very much, the Deputy Chair of Council, Mr. Sakile Mlaudzi. Maybe I should start by indicating, Master of Ceremonies, that I'm standing in for the Premier. So I was asked yesterday to come. I'm indicating this because immediately after speaking, I will ask to be excused. Not because I'm not interested in what other people have to say, because I've looked at the program and I think there are very important issues, and we will be interested as the provincial government to engage with those issues, because we are interested in higher education, and that's why we are the only province in this country that spends 400 million every year taking kids to higher institutions of learning. So it's not because we are not interested. I thought I should indicate because sometimes it appears rude when you speak and leave. So my diary was actually interrupted yesterday. I'm already late for my next appointment. So that's the first apology I wanted to render, and I hope everyone will understand. I want to start by firstly acknowledging everyone, the CEO of UNISA Enterprises, Lisecha Matsecha. I've already acknowledged the Deputy Chair of Council. I'm told that Advocate Benny Khahudi Morota from Black Forum South Africa is here. Our president, so the president of the convocation, Justice Dabambe. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin by asking that we all rise to observe a moment of silence for two outstanding South Africans who have passed on in the last few days. The Pastor Ray Macaulay and the former governor and minister of finance in our country, Date Tito Mboweni. I think it's appropriate that we honor them. So I ask that we rise to observe that moment of silence. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, It is a pleasure to stand before you this morning on this occasion of the National Summit on Higher Education Funding. The subject of higher education funding has assumed great importance not only in South Africa, but across the world. Universities all across the world are confronted with the very serious question of how to balance the right to education and limitations to funding, whilst also maintaining the highest academic standards. It is a difficult balance to strike, particularly for public universities that rely so heavily on government subsidies. In an economic climate such as the one South Africa finds itself in, where the fiscus is so severely constrained and economic growth has been stagnant for many years, the balance is especially precarious. And for this reason, the deliberations at this summit are critical for the future of higher education in South Africa and the broader Africa region that is also contending with the same circumstances. It is also important that this discussion is taking place with a diverse audience that includes government, the private sector, and civil society. This approach is especially important in the context of South Africa, where governance is defined by bargained corporatism, where all sectors come together to define policy. It is commendable that the private sector is now at the heart of deliberations on higher education funding. During the #FeesMustFall protest a few years ago, an important argument was made that the private sector is the biggest beneficiary of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, which is wholly funded by government. This is true. According to the 2023 Annual Employment Equity Report, 73.3% of workers in South Africa are employed by the private sector. This indicates that the investment that the South African government makes in educating its people is enjoyed disproportionately in the private sector, that is, in the public service. And while this benefit does not negate the economic value that the graduates makes in the country's fiscus, it does support the argument that the private sector has to play a significant role in higher education funding. Master of Ceremonies, I have been requested to reflect on a rather difficult topic, the role of higher education in South African economy, with specific reference to the fostering of a stable and globally competitive nation. This topic is difficult because there are important nuances that demands reflection on the idea of what it means to be globally competitive in the context of higher education. Global competitiveness in the context of a national economy is easier to grapple with because it fundamentally has to do with how a nation uses its comparative advantage to position itself. South Africa, a country that has significant mineral wealth and 93.34 million hectares of agricultural land, can certainly position its natural resources as its comparative advantage in a global stage. The country's geography also adds to its comparative advantage, with two oceans surrounding the east and west of the country and distinctive flora and fauna. The country also has ecological diversity that few countries can claim. Perhaps more interesting about South Africa is that even its challenges offer solutions. Our country, a semi-arid climate that makes it water insecure. While this is a problem, it also means the country is best suited for alternative and green energy solutions, such as solar energy, hydro, and wind energy. The semi-arid climate conditions of South Africa is what has made it possible for the country to be one of the countries that are home to the Square Kilometre Array, the largest radio telescope ever built, which will produce science that changes our understanding of the world. These and much more are comparative advantages that makes our economy globally competitive. And there is no question that the full potential of the economic value of these natural assets depends on the education of our citizens, on equipping them with the necessary skills to respond to the technological, scientific, and ecological advances that are redefining the world. But what we have not adequately reflected on in the discourse on global competitiveness is exactly what kind of graduates we must be producing. It is simple to argue that we must produce more graduates in what is deemed critical skills, most of which are in the science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and finances streams. The Department of Higher Education publishes the critical skills list annually, and a perusal of this corroborates the entrenched belief that our country needs graduates with critical skills to develop. This is not an incorrect argument, it is an incomplete one. It is incomplete because merely producing graduates with critical skills does not respond to the very important task of transforming a society with colonial and apartheid history. We are seeing today how the most developed countries in Europe, despite being highly industrialized, are fractured societies. A good example is Germany, the biggest economy in the European Union and the fourth biggest in the world. It is a country renowned for its technological advances and high levels of industrialization. And yet, it is also a country that today is battling with the re-emergence of right-wing politics that precipitated its darkest era in history. What lessons does this teach us about producing technically skilled graduates but not investing in sociological imagination? On the 21st of October, 1949, exactly 75 years ago, the then president of the Student Representative Council of what is now known as the University of Fort Hare, Robert Sobukwe, gave an address in which he reflected on the idea of an African university. Sobukwe provided a profound distinction between an African university and a university in Africa, arguing that a university in Africa is simply one that is geographically located on the African continent. And an African university, on the other hand, is one that is geared towards an African developmental agenda. This debate has been settled by decolonial scholars who have argued that merely being a competitive university in Africa does not make an institution an African university. That to be an African university demands responding to the challenges that affect African people, espousing universal African values of Ubuntu and compassion, as well as pursuing epistemic justice in how we conduct research and create knowledge. This means that our education must aim to redress injustices of our colonial and apartheid past, not only economically, but culturally, politically, spatially, as well as in terms of knowledge production. The late Professor Alex Mahaiza, a Zimbabwean human rights lawyer who was based in the United Kingdom, argued in his PhD dissertation that African societies can become globally competitive without losing their essence, using the example of patenting indigenous medicine. Dr. Mahaiza argued that unlike Western values that are rooted in individualism, where researchers lay claim to knowledge production, African scholars can engage in patenting and trademarking discoveries and creations for the purpose of economic benefit, while also pursuing epistemic justice by ensuring that proceeds of these economic benefits goes to communities who are collectively responsible for custodians of the knowledge forms. This is how we should think about competitiveness as higher learning institutions, merging both economic value with epistemic justice. To do this may require that we ask ourselves uncomfortable questions. Questions about such things as university rankings. While I understand the value of university rankings, it is important that we ask ourselves whether it matters more the quality or the quantity of the research. It is universities that is a university that produces 10 research outputs that have a meaningful impact on changing its immediate community and society broadly, less valuable than the one that produces 100 research outputs that have no contextual value and application. I want to conclude my remarks by arguing that while it is important to make higher learning institutions commercially viable, and the CEO has explained to me how it works and all that, so I'm comfortable, but it is also important to protect the integrity and transformative of scholarship. The entrepreneurial university is a danger not only to the substance of the scholarship, but to the academics and scholars who must operate under impossible conditions. It's not the case with you, because you have explained, you've got 3 streams and you're operating differently. While academic excellence demands that scholars engage in the ideational space, the culture of publish or perish is unhelpful. It results in fast scholarship which has no transformative value, as well as in the loss of academics who cannot and should not have to work under conditions in which their humanity is reduced to their economic value and nothing else. There is no economic value that can be derived from mentally unwell academics. And this is why this is both a political and economic question. I wish to conclude this address with these profound words from Sobukwe, who said, and I open quote, "You have seen by now what education means to us. The identification of ourselves with the masses. Education to us means service to Africa." Close quote, and I thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the MEC for that. And we also do appreciate the apology that you set out right in the beginning. We do understand that you do have a whole host of things to get up to in terms of your work responsibilities for the rest of the day. So we do appreciate you taking the time out to be here. We are going to be breaking into a 5-minute break, and this is a chance for you to just stretch a bit, get your last coffee, bring it into the room, because once we get started, it's going to be a really robust conversation when we get into the panel. So we're going to break into a 5-minute comfort stretch, and then we'll meet back here in the next 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can kindly find your seats, we are going to resume with the rest of the program. And welcome back to those of you who are online. So at the beginning of the program, we had a bit of a scene setter. We discussed some of the challenges, and I think the first panel is going to give us an opportunity to be able to unpack the challenges and also explore what the potential solutions could look like. And throughout that conversation, I would like to also encourage you, not just in the room, but online, to please have your questions on standby and ready. We do want you to pose as many difficult questions as you can to the panelists, because what we do want is a robust, engaging conversation. And I think that's one of the ways in which we will be able to find solutions for some of the key themes that we're going to be unpacking here. So as I mentioned, we have 3 panels lined up. The first panel is going to be looking at monetizing academic research. And then the second panel is going to be looking at promoting inclusivity through strategic funding and where the private sector comes into play. And that panel is going to be moderated by Nompumelelo Sibakulu Ranji. And then I'm going to come back on stage and I'm going to be moderating a panel that looks at technology and how it can advance education. So to begin with, we're going to kick off with the first panel. And as I mentioned, it's going to be looking at monetizing academic research. And I would like to welcome actually on stage, before I set the scene in terms of what the outcomes, or rather what this panel aims to achieve, I'm going to welcome on stage the individuals that I'm going to be having this conversation with. Joining us online, and you're going to see his face on screen shortly, is Wayne Stocks. He's a fund manager at University of Technology Fund. And on stage, I'd like to welcome Justice Dabambe, who is the UNISA Convocation President and an Executive Council member at UNISA. If you can join us on stage and grab a seat. And just a hint, the person sitting closest to me gets the difficult questions. I'm just letting you know. And the next person is Liseja, and he'll be joined on stage by Sean Rubin, who is the Global Partner for Solutions Director at Microsoft SA. And then we have Ipeleng Mkari, who is the CEO of Monetizing Investment Holdings. And then we have Suja. I do hope I do not butcher your surname, but I'm going to attempt it, right? We have Sujo Mula-Matathil, who is the CEO of Sparks.
I'll join you here.
Right, please. You're close.
Okay.
No.
Oh, this thing fell out. I just sent it to you. Okay.
I'll have a seat over here. I do see that Sujo decided to sit close but far. You're the winner today. So as I mentioned, I do want this conversation to be as interactive and as dynamic as possible. So because we had the scene setter that talked about how to commercialize research in order to drive economic as well as educational growth. But also this panel is about investigating what are some of the best practices in terms of what we're seeing out of the universities, out of the innovation hubs, and also how do universities think differently about unlocking revenue through patents and licensing, etc. So what I've also done in the beginning is that I've introduced the panelists by introducing name and title, but what I'm going to do is that I'm going to give them an opportunity for about 1.5 minutes to talk about what their organization does. And we're doing this so that as they give their remarks or they actually unpack some of the issues, you're going to understand as the audience from what part of the ecosystem they fall into as it relates to this conversation. So it gives you context in terms of where they are seeing things from where they are. So Suja, let's start off with you. Let's talk about what your organization does. 1.5 minutes, sir.
1.5 minutes. So I'm the managing director of a company that focuses in the defense sector. We develop technology or products for the defense sector itself. So we are very into this exact discussion of, taking an idea and producing it into something that is commercially viable. Our main focus is around radar and electronic defense products. We also do some stuff around public safety. Yeah.
Bileng?
Thank you so much, Nastasha. So I am CEO of an organization called Monetizing Investment Holdings, and we are in the property and infrastructure value kind of space. And I think what's important about our contribution today is really how we see the concept of the asset classes, and not just one asset class within an asset, within a structure. It could be an education asset, as we're talking today, and how we would find the interplay between that particular institution's objective, how we take that asset class, being the property asset class, and utilize that monetization as an enabler to either the research objectives and monetization, the technological advancement, and so forth. And so we really focus a lot on public-private partnerships. And that's a key part of our business. It's not just the investment into assets, it's how we partner with players, including government.
Lesetja, I know some people heard from you a little bit earlier on, and you did expand in great detail in terms of what the enterprise actually does. But for the benefit of those who may have joined online a little bit late, or they came into the room during that 5-minute comfort break, in a minute, and how would you encompass the work that the enterprise does?
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies. The enterprise is responsible for the third stream income mandate to help the university to become financially sustainable. One of the things that we do is to focus on commercialization of research, working in collaboration with the industry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Justice?
No, thank you very much. As the president of convocation, or convocation as a structure, part of our role is to ensure that we attract top researchers, because of as UNISA, we get funding through the output. You know, the more you have your postgrad graduates for masters, honors, and PhD, the more you have those. The more you have, you are able to get a grant. But also in terms of the rankings, the world rankings, in order for you to go up as UNISA to #1, you are going to need these postgrad students. So part of my role is to attract them and ensure that indeed they're given the necessary support. And of course, they're not only given support in terms of monetary, but also social support, because at times you can have money, but if you don't have social support such as active and available lecturers, it then becomes problematic. So that is part of the roles of UNISA convocation.
Okay, in a bit, we're going to unpack some of the challenges maybe you experience in terms of attracting those researchers. Wayne, let's come to you. Let's talk about what the fund does.
Thanks very much, and good morning. So I'm the co-founder and managing partner of the University Technology Fund. We're a commercial early-stage venture capital fund with a specific mandate of investing in intellectual property and technology that's originated from research at South African universities. So we've invested in 32 projects to date and 24 companies. The first fund is actually fully deployed, and we're about to launch 2 new funds with the same mandate of university technology, and actually increasing that to also include some of the alumni of South African universities.
All right.
Thanks.
So, okay, great. So we're going to get right into the conversation. Lesetja, I mean, if you look at the IPR Act, which would have been came into effect in 2010, 2011. And that act essentially, in a nutshell, mandates universities to commercialize research. Give me a sense of the landscape here since 2011, roundabout till where we are right now, in terms of how you're seeing it, that commercialization of research from the perspective of UNISA.
No, thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies. We do work very closely with the Tech Transfer Office at the university. They have registered a lot of patents since the act was approved. But there's still a lot that needs to be done. because most of those patents have not been commercialized. And I think this is where collaboration becomes very important with industry. Because the truth is, in as much as the university plays an important role as a source of innovation, we've got to work with industry to put in the investment to develop the feasibility of these ideas further, because they require large sums of money. But you also need somebody who knows how to run businesses. And that's where partnerships become important. You can enter into licensing agreements and things like that. But we are looking into that, and hence we are here to explore opportunities for further collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, so on the topic of some of these patents not being commercialized, so the research that I have in front of me, and I do want to put a disclaimer here for the academics in the room, and only because I did struggle to some degree to find the latest, but let's, on the basis, work with what we've got here. And this is from the National Intellectual Property Management Office, which many of you know as NIPMO. So they put in research, and this research was done probably towards the end of 2018, 2019, and they're looking at the number of spin-outs when it comes to what was created by universities, as well as the science councils. While they note at the time that the spin-outs, that in terms of number, has grown, they are seeing a concentration in those spin-outs. And I'll tell you what the concentration looks like. It says, out of this IP commercialization, it remains skewed, but 80% of the 292 licenses that were concluded from the period 2014 to 2018 originated from 5 universities. 80% of the 292. So it could be a little bit more different now, possibly a bit higher. They then say, 4 universities accounted for 70% of all reported spin-outs. So hence they talk about the skewedness that they have picked up. And the former homeland universities in particular are the ones that are struggling. And I think it might speak to what you talk about when it comes to the issues of being able to commercialize research. Let's unpack those issues. When you're sitting with the rest of the team, the rest of the different units at UNISA, what are the challenges that they are experiencing when it comes to commercialization of that research?
I think funding is the biggest challenge. And I'm sure my colleague Wayne will speak a little bit more on that. We have been having some conversations, and I really appreciate what they're doing. And I think that becomes one of the important interventions, because it's a fund that has been set up specifically to provide funding for innovation that comes out of institutions. So we are a little bit behind the curve. You are right. I think your figures might be right. I'm not disputing them. But we are willing to collaborate and learn from the journey of our colleagues, what they've done, and be able to work with them going forward. So funding is an important piece of the puzzle. But also collaboration with industry, because at the end of the purpose of coming up with an idea is that that idea needs to be used to produce a product or service. And that's why it's important that we have close working relationship with industry to be able to take the ideas further, put in more money to make sure that the idea is bankable, and be able to use that idea to produce a product or a service that solves a problem in society.
All right, Wayne, I'm going to come to you here because Lesetja's response is a nice segue into the role you come in to try and fix, so to speak. Take me back here for a couple of minutes in terms of the gap that you saw as the co-founder of the University of Technology Fund. I mean, it almost seems like it's a first for Africa. It seems as though it's a bit of a game changer compared to what we've seen. Talk to me about the gap you were trying to solve or plug into back at the time when the fund was created.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it stems to what Ipeleng was saying initially. This is a new asset class. So what we wanted to do was we wanted to prove this as an investable asset class. We identified a gap where there's an incredible amount of research that's getting done in South African universities. Yes, some of it is skewed towards 5 or 6 universities, However, not a lot of it's actually being commercialized. And that's just talking to patents. There's a lot of things that you can commercialize without there being patents or papers written about them. There's a lot of know-how that sits there and nothing happens to it because you can't really license it and no one's actually creating a commercial or viable entity. So actually putting that into a vehicle and funding it and then resourcing it accordingly with individuals who can commercialize. So we just saw this as a huge gap. It's been done in the developed North for the last 2 decades. And there's just too much leakage of our phenomenal patents, research, innovations that are going to outside of Africa, and they're seeing massive financial returns, and we're not seeing anything. So we just saw this as a huge opportunity for us to be able to bridge that gap. And I think there's been incredible amount of success. And I think just touching on your previous point about it being largely skewed to certain universities, that's why we've actually in our next fund, we're including alumni of universities within our mandate. Because, I mean, I visited the Durban University of Technology a few months ago for their demo day. And there were 23 entrepreneurs speaking on stage, looking for funding. Not one of them had patents or had research papers written. So in my fund, I couldn't invest in them. However, they had amazing opportunities, and they were having an impact in their own communities in and around KZN, and they had the opportunity to scale those opportunities, but just didn't have the funding. So with us increasing our mandate now, I can actually start investing in those opportunities, which I think will absolutely change that spin-out graph that we've got to include a lot of the previously disadvantaged universities.
Stay with you for my next question. What are the internal goals of the fund?
Sure. So first and foremost, we are a commercial fund. We need to make a return. But we have a massive impact lens because it is a new asset class and we're taking a lot more risk than anyone else has. It's the first of its kind. So, to be sustainable and to show the rest of the market that this is an asset class, we need to return, to provide a commercial return. So that is absolutely one. The rest is we do have a BE mandate as well. So we absolutely go and look for those opportunities to be able to commercialize them as well. We have obviously job creation, and it's obviously skilled job creation targets, which I'm glad to say that we've more than overshot. And also we have a target of how much co-investment we can get or follow-on investment once we catalyze an opportunity. So to put that in mind, for every R1 we've put into a spin-out company to date, we've been able to raise about R4 in follow-on funding from other more mature commercial funders. So we've been able to de-risk these opportunities to show that we're taking a risk and actually backing these entrepreneurs or these researchers, and then follow-on funding is right. And that's over R500 million that's flowed into these 24 companies that we've invested in. So that impact there is massive, not only for the universities who all have an equity stake in these opportunities, but for the huge amount of researchers and young researchers that often work within or under a professor that now jump into these companies and help run them.
Right. Ipileng, I'm going to come to you here. I mean, I spend quite a lot of time on your company's website looking at the capabilities, the 4 strategic pillars as you describe them. What's appealing around the research side as an asset class? Because you would seem like you'd have to do quite a lot to try to convince investors why they would want to plug in money on something that is research. Yes, you have a patent and you've got all this, but what would be the risk you'd be taking as an institution?
So I think, great question. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. I think what's important is I'm going to broaden the conversation slightly from our perspective. Right. The adjacencies that we see from our value proposition is that education as a potential investment is the actual investment opportunity, number one. Number two, I think as Wayne said, and I think as Lisicha underlined, the common denominator, the common problem here is funding. So the solution and I suppose the response to the specific problem from our end is, how do we define and look at the assets that actually exist within a university? Okay. So outside of research as an asset, we see very lazy balance sheets. in the university. We see assets that sit in your current balance sheet that potentially could be monetized and that respond to the very problem of funding within your own control somewhat because they are on your balance sheet. And so let's talk about what they are. So research, and I think very accurately spotted that research and IP as a specific objective is the end objective for us. The enabler that we see is an institution such as UNISA, and we've engaged a lot with the teams at UNISA, actually have access to not only their own assets, but potentially land parcels. And I think there is a huge opportunity therein where the corporate partnership, whether it's a private-to-private partnership, a public-to-private partnership, allows one to really look at and very directly and deliberately focus on how you monetize those property assets, how you potentially monetize the specific land parcels to achieve the overall objective of funding. Because I think that ultimately is the common issue. And so our specific case studies that we've seen in our own organization that I think speak to this, already I mentioned earlier around public-private partnerships. So when you look at what is being done in that space, MC, whether it is at a national level, provincial level, municipal level, there is enough for us to see very, very clear case studies where long-term solutions can be put in place that address a lot of the short to medium-term problems. And I think that's another issue that I see, is that institutions have a very long-term game, but a very short-term approach in the subsidy approach. So it's really saying, how does a fund, such as the university fund, which is clearly a very different focused fund, partner with the university, but also how does a property player or a team such as ourselves that have partnered with some of the largest infrastructure managers like AIM, which is an old mutual fund, which is an equity investor. How do we partner with our potential partners, bring in the likes of these public-private partnerships and create that value proposition and raise that funding through the assets that are already there? Two things happen out of that. One is that you not only receive the funding, hopefully over a long period of time, but there's a long-term strategy around an entire asset class that you've not looked at before. And I think that's where the academics have an opportunity to say is, let's unpack this balance sheet of ours a little bit differently and look at how we drive the funding solution.
Okay. Sujo, let me come to you here. Very interesting background, electrical engineer by training, with a background in the South African National Air Force, if I'm not mistaken, hence the defense sort of side of things. Yes. The idea of having to move into this space, was this an idea that came out of research done within the university, or was it something that you did while sort of working outside of the university? How did it happen?
So getting into the space, I mean, I stayed in defense for my entire career, right? If there's one piece of advice, send your children to the military. It really helps, right? The opportunities you get out of that place, what you see is unbelievable. The Department of Defense invests significantly in research and development. So we because of that exposure, I was able to go into a space that allowed us to develop technologies that respond to requirements, very much in the defense space, but commercial applications as well. But I'm hearing a lot of this conversation around money, funding, and it being a problem. I don't think the problem sits with funding per se. There's a lot of money available through many institutions, including government. Many government, I'm going to call it funds, give back a significant portion of those funds every year, not having spent it correctly. From our side, as a commercial entity that is trying to access those funds, the challenge we've seen is the PFMA is geared very much towards a successful outcome. The challenge around that is that what do you define as a successful outcome, right? You are doing research, you want to develop a product, you want to commercialize or monetize it. That is the definition of success, right? You can get there, but the nature of research is that you might not actually get there. That's the scary part. And the procurement mechanisms or the ability to spend for public institutions like universities are protected by that PFMA, meaning that if it looks like there's a percentage, a nominal percentage of failure, you are actually going to find a hard time investing to make that thing. Because an outcome of failure, you get audited on that. Now, who wants to be audited? That's the nature of the game, right? You don't want to be in trouble for having tried to have taken a risk. So we've seen that from our side. You want to go and find an organization that will help you commercialize or industrialize a piece of technology. You end up with the situation of, but if there's a chance of failure, we are all in trouble. We shouldn't be seeing it like that. We should be seeing it as, you've done the research. Yes, you might have failed to commercialize something, but that particular thing adds to the body of knowledge. It means somebody else will not make the same mistake, which is inherently a successful outcome for the country.
All right. How did you navigate some of those challenges then?
We found a way to successfully get a project and then bring the research institute behind us. So we've integrated some technology that came out of the CSIR into a product that we built to increase the safety in air traffic control. Right. And the challenge around it was that not the challenge, how we did it was we basically brought them in and de-risked their portion so that we could create a product at the end of the day. It works successfully, and we are now tackling several new projects that allow us to industrialize that kind of research.
Justice, let me come to you. One of the things you mentioned in your introduction is that part of your role is to be able to attract researchers. And I was reading an article where, I'm going to bring in Stellenbosch University here, for instance, where they talk about they had to identify a few things within the institution that they believed are game changers. And one of the things they identified was entrepreneurship and innovation. That's the way they believe they can move forward. When you have conversations with other university departments, given what you do, having to attract researchers, what does UNISA believe is the game changer? And how do you work with that to attract researchers that you need?
No, thank you very much. So as UNISA, we believe that we must, move away from this premise of having researchers that, a research that does not have impact on our people. For instance, the issue of water. Not even universities are not focused on resolving those complex societal problems. They are more concerned with just producing, graduates, but after a graduate has been produced, a postgraduate, after research is done and a graduate graduates, that's that. There's no practical impact that the research will have for our people. So as UNISA was saying, part of the game changers is to say we must have a project or research that have impact on our people, but also the issue of ensuring that there is infrastructure that is there to support our researchers. Every year, for the previous years, of course, before we came into office, UNISA used to produce cum laude graduates, but after producing them, it just releases them. There was no effort to say we are reinforcing these graduates. We are not going to produce the best of the best to another institution. So those are but some of the things that we said as UNISA are going to focus on. But you see, funders, they like owning research projects. There are many disputes where a company will fund a student to say, we are funding you, go and do a research project on this one. After doing that particular research, the funder just comes and says, this is in terms of the patent right, this belongs to me as and the researcher ends up not being able to benefit from the very same research that they would have made. So as UNISA, those are the things that we said we must, as part of attracting new researchers. And researchers that, the research that they must do, they must have market relevance. It can't be that we don't have 4IR or AI researchers, because that is the market relevance currently. Yep. So we have short and long-term projects to say in the immediate, yes, we know 4IR or industrial revolution, there's going to be another one, but in the immediate, we're focusing on 4IR while ensuring that the next one does not pass us as UNISA yes. So those are but some of the things that.
On the issue of some of the things that you brought up, where you find that some of the funders want to own the IP after the researcher has done all the work and put in all the effort, how do you then, as UNISA, protect the researcher? Perhaps yourself, Lesage, can come into here. How are you working to protect the researchers in terms of working with them and having some kind of legal document, so to speak?
Yeah. So as UNISA, we're going to, as we bring the funders, we're going to be the middle person or the middleman to say this company won't have any contract signed with our student without us as UNISA signing over or handing over that. No, we're handing over this student to you. So we have a process. I think Mr. Alseja will touch on it to say we have a process of ensuring that we safeguard our student, but it's a very difficult process. It's not as easy as I'm saying. It's a very difficult process.
What makes it difficult?
The laws, the acts makes it difficult. Even the funders, they'll say we don't need a middle person. We want this. Even the students themselves, because their intention is to say, I want to produce this paper and finish with it. That is the mindset that we said we are trying to change. To say instead of being more theoretical, we must have research that has got impact on our communities. So we're trying to change that mindset. You know, it has been the norm. And the norm is not the law, but you see, once 2-3 companies are doing the same thing, you end up believing that it's a norm.
Okay. Wayne, I want to come to you here because perhaps you can add in your input. Is it true that the funders want to be able to own the IP in this entire process as you work with the researcher? You want to own the end result?
Cool. Yeah, I've actually had 3 comments there. There's some good discussion points, actually. The first is around funding. I think, you know, there's certain types of funding. There's funding for research specifically, right? And we don't really play in that role. We fund the commercialization of opportunities, right? I think research for the sake of research is very important. You need smart people to dream up things that sometimes, you know, they don't really know what they're trying to solve. But there needs to be a balance, as Justice was saying. You need to have a balance where you're actually looking for solutions to current problems. Those are the things that you can commercialize. So I think the first is actually to identify, and we've spent a lot of time working with the TTOs, spending time with them, looking at the research and the tech and IP that they have and they're sitting on, to say, is this something that can actually be commercialized? Because not all IP and technology should and can be commercialized. So that's the first point, is identify, can something be commercialized, yes or no? And then it is, should it be commercialized via a license? So, hey, there's only 2 big users of this type of intellectual property or technology in the world, and they're big corporates, then you need to license it, because how are you going to compete against them? So is it a license agreement? And then you're licensing IP from the university to a big organization, and you have royalties, whatever the case may be. In our sense, we look at IP and tech that can actually be commercialized via spinning out into a vehicle. So what we do is we spin out a vehicle with the university. The university gets the lion's share, so they get the largest piece of equity. The researchers and founders get equity to participate for their IP and also to participate in growing this venture. And then we put in our money and we get equity for that. So it's risk capital. It's not debt. Debt doesn't work into circumstances. So there's a comment made around there's a lot of, Sujo said there's a lot of funding out there. Yes, there's a lot of funding out there, but that is largely debt or it's money to research specifically. It's not risk capital. So what we do is we put our money in the company and we go, hey, we're sitting around the table like everyone else. If this thing fails, it fails and we lose our money. We don't have extra rights. We can't grab that IP and then run with it to another vehicle. Actually, what happens is if that IP is exclusively licensed from the university to this new company, or it's seeded into that company and owned by the company and all the shareholders, if the company falls, so it's not successful, all that licensing and the technology goes back to the university. So the university is protected in that light. So in no way do we take ownership. We sit around the table like everyone else and we put our money in, and if we lose our money, we lose our money. We don't have any special rights to that technology at the end of the day. And I think that, to Justice's point, you need to sit around the table with funders that understand the game, that understand what everyone's trying to achieve, And it does take a lot of work working with, and that's why we focused on this 100%, working with everyone to understand what everyone's trying to achieve. There's a lot of funders and a lot of big corporates out there that will be opportunistic, and will try and jump in, fund something specifically and try and own it. We don't see that approach. We don't think it's sustainable. We want to create relationships. We want to sit with universities and build it together for the benefit of all the stakeholders.
Suju, you've been doing, did you want to add your...
I actually wanted to, if you don't mind,
Yes.
MC. Thank you. So I think it was a very important point that he made in response to the question around, do funders want to actually own? And I think that's the whole nub, I suppose, of this conversation, is that it's premised, hopefully, on a partnership. I think that's the first. Going back to my broadening of the conversation around a different asset class within the same institution, is that it cannot work if a funder wants to own the entire property asset class, for instance, as an example. The deputy chairperson of council spoke about the council's real challenges around the objectives of the university. And certainly one of the most important things that we see with equity funders whom we partner with in looking at these long-term partnerships is that relinquishing ownership, or the vast unit relinquishing ownership, is absolutely, there's no incentive for a partnership. And so, in fact, there's got to be this push and pull. There's got to be a real incentive, I think, as Wayne has said, around what is the equity partner or the property partners in real long-term value. It's the yield of the asset, or it's the IRR. What's the varsity's value? It's the annuity income that you derive from the very assets that you might be able to monetize, or other very specific value. So I just wanted to underscore that it doesn't matter from which angle you're looking at it. A funder has to co-own some part of it, and there's got to be a return. And hopefully that's the incentive that, in fact, the partner in the institution also derives that return.
Okay. Suju, you were doing a lot of umming and ahhing in agreement with what Wayne and Ipiling have said. Your thoughts?
So I think there's a big component here of follow-through, right? You have the intellectual property, you need to get it out, you need to commercialize it, because that's the return that we're all looking for, right? As a founder or a business owner, we also want to grow that business, get it out. Earlier, I was mentioning like the anecdotal information, but you can fund some development, even as a private entity, work through a university, fund the development. And then suddenly, when you want to expand that thing and grow it into a monster business, you are faced by the IPR Act. Now, it was funded partially because, with the university, there was all of this convolution, and organizations look at that, and then suddenly it's a halt.
Yeah.
Like, we can't actually help you. It's great to hear from, it's Wayne, right?
Yes.
Great to hear from Wayne that they have a more mature approach around it. I do think that the learning that he's describing is exactly what's missing in the other side, the government side of providing this funding towards entrepreneurs or developers of intellectual property. So I just think that we need to grow out of this space. You look to the US, they have a lot of appetite for risk from government, right, to develop technologies. DARPA, for instance, will invest in long-shot ideas. Let's try, let's see. And that ecosystem isn't connected well here. And the loss there is really that you don't get companies that are going to grow and create the jobs that we need to have to actually drive the economy.
Okay, so building on what you've just mentioned then, does that mean that we kind of need to go back to the table around this IPR Act and have a conversation about how we all interpret it from both sides of the table?
Definitely.
Okay, that's...
Definitely, we need a situation where we can review, not considering technology development as a procurement,
right,
but rather as its own function. The DSI should be involved. Institutions that actually develop and want to commercialize must explain those challenges so that we can create a mechanism that is safe, because the government is able to fund a lot more than individual institutions, right? To create that framework that allows you to have better risk appetite. I really think that there's a way to look at it that separates that portion from what government does in its normal daily business.
Okay, so we'll come back to that. Wayne and Ipiling, I want to pose this question to you. Do you find that the market understands the researchers and the researchers understand the market, or there is still a point where we don't really understand or speak the same language in terms of what the market needs and what the researchers are offering in terms of what they're putting together, etc.? Where are we in terms of that? Maybe Ipiling, you can
As a
start.
non-academic, I'm going to refer to Wayne.
Wayne, your experience?
Yeah. No, happy to provide that. Often we need to work we've actually spent 3 years, up to 3 years with founding teams. So this is a bunch of researchers at a university in a specific faculty that are working on a problem. And we've spent 3 years with them. We provided about 30 million in total to 32 different projects where we said, listen, guys, this is for free. This is grant money. If you use it and you get to a product POC, or you get to a pilot stage where we think it can be commercialized, we'll then invest in you as a fund. So we have the first right of refusal as a fund to create a company, and then we fund this with the university, and off we go. And that was essentially to see, can we actually put milestones in place? Can we help them to think like entrepreneurs? Can we put little tasks in front of them? And it would often not just be technical milestones or technological milestones. It would be, hey, create a business model. Get out of the lab, go speak to 10 potential customers, come back with a business case, speak to 5 mentors. And so it was a massive business building exercise. And I think that takes a very different type of funding. As it were, this is our only and fixed mandate. We're the only people in Africa that have this mandate. So we have the patience, because this is the only place we can invest. We have the patience to be able to work with the TTOs of every university, trying to get them up to speed with thinking more commercially. Like Justice was saying, let's look at technology that can find a solution. And then also working downstream from that with the researchers and saying, all right, guys, what are your skills? What are you lacking? And trying to then match other students or mentors in the area to be able to help them along that. So it's a huge gap. And I think that's part of the problem, is researchers are only used to grant funding or debt funding. They're not used to this risk capital equity that is a partner with you to walk the journey. And other funders don't understand the researchers, and don't have the patience. So that is a major gap, which I think is starting to close. And that's part of what we've done, and what I said with follow-on funding. We've put our R1 in, and the market has now come back with the R4 follow-on funding, because they see us as going, hey, these guys are for-profit professional investors. There must be something here. And that's resulted in over 600 million in additional funding for these 24 companies that we invested in.
All right, so we've got about 15 minutes left. I'm going to pause my side of the questions from this point, and I'm going to open the floor to anybody who does have any questions for the panelists who are on stage, and of course Wayne, who is joining online. In terms of the questions coming through online, there haven't been any so far, so I just want to get a show of hands from people in the room. Do you have a question so far? There is a gentleman over there, if you can rate, there we are. If you can introduce yourself and the organization, and perhaps, if possible, tell me who you are directing your question to. I think it's on. Yes, it is on.
Do you hear me? Yeah, I'll introduce myself after asking the question.
That's not how the game works.
Yeah, I have 2 questions, and one is really about, does universities and companies exploit the local trained Pan-African academics in pursuing social and commercial research good for the country? I hope the question is not too academic.
Gentlemen on the far end here, I think Justice is smiling, so I think Justice is going to try and answer that one.
The academic will answer. The commercial guys, Wayne, you answer that one. Then the other question which I said I need to ask relates to partnerships and the self and institutional interests. Why should someone get involved in a partnership when you have no institutional and personal interest? It's a rhetoric question. Thanks very much. Do I have a name?
Yes, do you have a
I
name?
have many nicknames. I have a name, call me Ish.
Okay.
From which organization do I come from? Choose one.
Wow. Okay, Justice, you want to answer that one? And Wayne, I think you were nodding. Do you want to tackle one of those questions? But let's start off with you, Justice.
No, thank you very much. So, in terms of institutions or organizations that don't have any self-interest, and I like that you said self-interest. It is not about the self, but it is about our communities out there. You may not have an interest, personal interest in an institution, but have an interest in the research output. So I thought maybe I should start it there to say it is not about self, but it is about the research output. What does this research intend to, or the impact that this research will have in the community or socially? But the other question on Pan-Africanism, so a research is not reliant on the institution itself, but it is also reliant on the student. And as I said, so if you have collaborations with or engagements with communities and industries, you will be able to realize, or in terms of the Pan-Africanist or Pan-African agenda, which research is suitable here, taking into cognizance the market relevance. So that is part of the questions that one will ask is, how relevant is this to the market, not only the market, but to the society? And universities try to balance, UNISA tries to balance between, having an ethical research and profit. So the purpose of research is not necessarily profit, but also to say, how do we address all these complex issues that are in society? And these complex issues, because of all of us who are from different races, different genders, the Pan-Africanist will get there where it is suitable. So I think I've tried to answer each.
Thank you for that attempt. Yes. Wayne, do you want to give it a stab?
With pleasure. Thank you. Good questions. Firstly, as a commercial guy, I believe that the research needs to get out of the lab. It needs to get out of the shed to make an impact on society, right? And we've been speaking, and the previous speakers have spoken about government funding and other sources of funding decreasing. So we know that for something to be truly impactful in society, it needs to be sustainable. And the only way to make that sustainable is to have some form of commercial aspect. It doesn't need to exploit margins or exploit people, but it needs to be sustainable in some way or form. And as I said, not all research is commercial. You can't commercialize everything, and some needs government funding to be able to have the impact because it's just not sustainable. I'm talking about the research that can be commercialized. That needs a sustainable backbone to be able to have the impact. And then from an incentive perspective, again, we work with the TTOs of every university. There is the IPR Act, which we need to take in consideration, but every university has its own policies. So majority of the universities where we've invested in through their spin-outs, they'll have a policy whereby they go, here's this faculty that's come up with this amazing patent. We think it's commercializable. They speak to us. We go, yep, thumbs up. We think it's a great opportunity. We're willing to fund it. They license then the technology exclusively to this company. The university gets 20-25% of the company, sometimes 30%. The researchers all get a percentage of the company and maybe the professor, and then we put money in and off we go. We're all then sitting around the table, and every individual and the university is incentivized then in the same boat to make it sustainable, to make it commercial, and then those commercial returns will hopefully flow through to all the individuals. So yeah, I think it's about balance. Again, it's about partnership. It's again about understanding where everyone's coming from, and then again identifying the research that actually can be commercialized and should be commercialized, and then how you structure it.
Okay, I did see one hand right at the back, sir. Let's start off with the lady who has the mic. Do you both have the mic? That's fantastic. Let's start off with the lady first, and then I'll get to you. I do see you.
Okay, is it okay if I sit?
Because you're shy, or?
Yeah, because I'm shy.
Okay, let's work with that one.
Yes, okay. I just want to ask Mr. Justice. My name is Precious Mdekazi. I am one of the directors of EMEM Travels and Tours, and I am also an applicant to own my own firm, legal firm. I have the following question for you, Mr. Justice. As far as funding is concerned, how far have you explored partnerships such as BRICS and AGOA to fund researchers who may have came up with new innovations? Because in as far as a patent innovation may not be applicable in South Africa, but there may be interest in related countries like your BRICS and your AGOA. And to you, Mr. Wayne, I just want to ask, I might have misinterpreted you. I just want maybe clarity on that. On the licensing, I think you said something along the lines of you'll find that the innovation the university has, it's sitting there and it cannot be licensed, right? It has passed all the tests to be patented, but it cannot be licensed. I don't know if I heard you correctly. I just want to know what could prevent that innovation to be licensed if it does pass all the requirements for it to be patented. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Mr. Justice,
Yes.
you were called. Let's start off with you.
No, thank you very much. And I like the question. So in terms of the funding with BRICS and AGOA, so as UNISA Convocation and UNISA, we are in the process of signing an MOU to have a BRICS research center where we'll seek collaboration and invite interested people to come to that BRICS center. For sure, before the end of the year or beginning of the year, we'll have that BRICS Research and Innovation Center. So we call it Research, Innovation and Development Center. BRICS Research, Innovation, Development and Research Center, because we believe that it cannot be only research and innovation, but without development. So we are in the process of doing that. But as the largest institution in the country, we are having collaborations with various institutions. Just this week, I think tomorrow, there is a delegation from UNISA that is going to Russia for collaboration purposes, but not only focused on BRICS, because that will be narrow-minded. We cannot only focus. Yes, we appreciate BRICS, but we must explore other, Western institutions. About 2 weeks back, our VC was in Germany, seeking collaboration with institutions in Germany. There are regular visits to China. So as UNISA, we are having those collaborations which seek to place also, our graduates in these institutions and companies. Thank you.
Okay, Wayne?
Sure. I guess just on that note, so let's say we have a patent. Fine, great. The two questions: should it be licensed? Can it be commercial? Right. So some patents it's not worth commercializing them. So that's the one bucket, right? So that just sits at the university. It's good for it's a nice document to put up there, and it's a nice publication. If it can be commercialized, there's then two options really. Number one, the university looks to license it to a big company. Let's say it's a big multinational, Sasol, for instance. So it provides a license agreement in there, and they can then use it, and there's a royalty paid back to the university. The second option is licensed to a new company, a spin-out. where the university also has shares and the researchers have shares and that type of thing. And that's obviously quite risky because that company needs to be funded. It's a startup. It has its own startup risks. And that technology is then licensed to that vehicle, and that is then commercialized. Certain universities don't have the policies in place to license it to the spin-outs. That's that second bucket. So they have a policy, no problem. They can license to big corporates, but they don't have a fixed policy or a history or having done it before to license it to a spin-out. That's a lot of the complexity and the conversation that needs to be had as well. We've often found amazing technologies, and we've approached the TTOs, and they just can't get around licensing to a startup because they just can't take the risk. They don't have the risk appetite. So those are the two. I hope that clarifies that point.
Okay, and then I'm going to take the last question from the gentleman at the back. Sir, in the interest of time, if you don't get a chance to ask your question, may I ask that you approach the panelists during the break? We are going to have a break shortly. It's a short break, but it does allow you the opportunity to approach the panelists if you do have a question. Gentleman there with the mic.
Thank you very much. I'm Advocate Khahuji Morota from Black Forum South Africa. And my question goes to the CEO of UNISA Enterprises. But before I do that, I would like to acknowledge the sitting of this magnitude. We acknowledge the good works that the UNISA Enterprise, under the leadership of Mr. Matera is doing. And I'm also part of the University of South Africa. Of course, this sitting is befitting of the university of the whole nation. This is the biggest university within this continent. You know, it's not the smaller universities that we know. It's the university of the whole nation.
The problem with that one is that some universities might have a bit of a response for that. But let's get to the question,
it's
sir,
the
if we can.
reality. But also, I thought most of the professors from our institution will also be here, because when we came into the academic space, we realized that most of the educators and professors are poor, you know, economically, financially. You know, the book, Poor Dad, Rich Dad. So we see it in a practical format in the universities, but the university to establish a wing like the UNISA Enterprises to make sure that we attract investments, third streams incomes into the university is quite commendable. But to my question is that when we seek partnerships in the manner in which we are doing, to what an extent are we willing to tap into our reserves? We know we have been saying it even to the media that UNISA has over 20 billion in reserves. To what an extent can we tap into that in order to invest into the partnerships and the enterprises that we are trying to establish? Thank you very much.
Do you want to answer that one? Are you plugging in your own capital?
Well, I thought he was just thanking me for the event and directing the question.
It was a nice way just to get, I think he was sweetening you up there. But
thank you so much, Advocate Morota, for the compliment and also for your presence. I think the point that he's making is linked to the point that Ipele made earlier, that institutions of higher learning have got lazy balance sheets. So he's right. In our case, we've got a lot of money, reserves, but we need to think about how to leverage the balance sheet to generate additional income, and also look at opportunities to partner with the private sector. When it comes to property, because I think Ipele made a very good point to say universities are the biggest landlords, owners of property. But when you analyze the portfolio, you'll realize that they are not getting the best return. Some of the buildings are empty, but therein lies an opportunity to partner with the private sector, but also to look at renting out some of those buildings for conferences, for other departments and business to generate additional income. Another opportunity with regard to property is utilities. We know that energy is a big problem. Most universities are still using electricity that is generated using coal. There's an opportunity to use buildings to go green and put solar on top of the buildings. But that can also be for the university's own requirements. And in instances where there's excess production, can then sell it back to the grid and generate additional income. So I think Advocate is right. We need to think about how to use the reserves that we have to invest in new technologies that can solve problems and make impact in society. Thank you so much.
All right, so we've come to the end of the panel. In 30 seconds, I'm going to challenge them. This one's going to be a tough one. I'm going to need you to, given the conversation we've just had, what are you going to be paying attention to? Because as Lesetja says, this is going to be an inaugural thing. We're going to come back here next year. And I hope, Lesetja, we see other universities, because I'd love to see how you all work together, because essentially you're in this together.
Yes, that's right.
What are you going to be paying attention to as the months unfold before we get to the next summit? Sujo, let's start off with you. What's going to be key?
So I think just out of this last conversation is about the recurring theme of solving South African problems, right, or African problems. I think that's a key statement, because how are we incentivized to solve those problems? We talk about a lot of research. From our side, we will be focusing on identifying those problems, partnering with universities, or, well, we already partner with the largest research organization in Africa to develop solutions that solve problems for South Africa in particular, actually in the water space. Coincidence that you mentioned that. But I think there's a key to say, how are we going to incentivize ourselves to solve those problems?
Right. Ipileng?
I think, thank you so much. I think that I've already tried to articulate the fact that the assets already are there.
Yes.
So our focus would be to say, how do we improve and really elevate the conversation around the partnership model? What would work, what would not work? I think the CEO has very articulately outlined what I was trying to say in response to the question. And it's to then delve into those various specific assets that already are there. And I think that would be the focus, is to really improve the partnership model. So I think once you've done that, MC, you then are able to say from that point, these are the specific projects, opportunities that exist to respond to the problem.
Okay. Lesetja, in this conversation next year, will we see something different?
Yes. No, thank you so much. When you said 30 seconds, you scared me a bit. I'm not good at 30 seconds.
Okay.
Whenever I play with my kids, I choose to respond and not to be the one asking the question. Okay. But definitely this has been a good conversation. The discussion doesn't end here. There's been a lot of points that have been made, and I think we need to continue with the conversation. For every partnership to work, the partners have to be happy about the terms of the partnership. Everybody has a role to play. Like Ish was saying, everybody has their own interest.
Yeah.
We need to continue to engage one another and find each other for the partnership to work and for it to be sustainable.
Justice?
No, thank you very much. So what we're going to see differently next year is that we'll have more collaboration with, industries and businesses. We'll have more research outputs that have an impact in the lives of our people, but also interdisciplinary research. Because if you have only a research that focuses on resolving water problems without taking into consideration the issue of, how people are allocated houses. You can resolve one problem, but if they are interconnected, you will be able to say, okay, housing is a problem. Let's ensure that people are placed properly so that we can give them water through this. But also the issue of patent innovations. We are going to encourage more patent innovations and have targeted researches for grants. Ensure that if we say you are going to deal with 4IR, you don't go to a Department of Home Affairs when we should have went to Science and Innovations. Ensure that we have a targeted approach, but have more engagements with communities to say what we research about is indeed what they need. But the last point that maybe as next year when we come back is being able to recruit, NRF A-rated researchers, because that is what researchers do. They check UNISA how many A-rated researchers do they have. Then students will go to the institution. So next year we'll have more A-rated, NRF A-rated researchers as part of recruiting more researchers to resolve problems of the continent. Thank you.
Wayne?
Yeah, I think we just want to double down, right? We want to double down on this asset class by continuing to provide risk capital to spin-outs of South African universities and alumni, founders of tech companies. And we're going to do that hopefully by launching our 2 new funds, which will be launched in the next 2 months. So we're extremely excited about that. And then I think, at the end of the day, we're just, we're part of the puzzle. We're a risk capital for spin-outs to commercialize IP. There's a lot of funders around the table. And again, we need to collaborate more closely with those types of funders. So I think just some of the points of view from the panel have been enlightening for me. And so, yeah, closer collaboration. And then we're working with UNISA as well at the moment. And I'd love to, this year, next time, I'd love to have funded one of their spin-outs. And that'll be a great success for us.
Excellent.
That'll be really great for us to talk about. I think, Lisecha, for next year, between this panel, probably the next one, you're going to have lots of content in terms of how do we actually benchmark the achievements and what still needs to be done. But thank you so much, Wayne, Justice, Lisecha, Ipiling, and of course, Sujo. We are going to take a 10-minute break for you to stretch, get some water, get a cup of coffee, and we are going to be resuming with panel number 2. So I'm giving you until 12:30 if we can all be back in the room. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you can kindly find your seats, we are going to resume with the rest of the program. And welcome back to those of you who are watching online. So I know maybe a couple of people might be trickling in as they walk in with their coffees and their waters, but nonetheless, we are going to continue with the program, and they are going to find us along the way. So we had panel 1, which was looking at the funding of research, and there was a lot to unpack, a lot to discuss, but we want to keep the momentum going. So panel number 2 is going to be looking at promoting inclusivity through strategic funding, what private sector contribution looks like, and how does that then contribute to educational advancement. That panel is, rather this panel is going to be moderated by Nompumelelo Sibalukulu Ranji, and I'm going to give Nompumelelo the opportunity to introduce her panelists, and the same way that you've been doing with me in terms of Q&A at the end and engaging, I do encourage you to ask your questions at the end of the panel. Nompumelelo, please join us on stage.
Good afternoon to all of you. It is my pleasure and my privilege to be moderating this next panel. And before we get started, thank you so much, Nastasia, for this introduction and for introducing the title of the panel. We can't have a summit on higher education funding and not talk about inclusion. So to join us in this discussion and to help us to unpack this issue, we have Ms. Linda Makoma, from the National President of ABASA, the Association for the Advancement of Black Accountants in Southern Africa. Welcome, Linda. We've got Dr. Anusha Naidu from the Department of Public Service and Administration. She's the Chief Director there. Welcome, Anusha. Then we've got Mr. Lerato Nage, and he is the CEO and Delivery Director at KEA Capital Pty Ltd. We've also got Ms. Nokuthula Matonsi, the General Secretary of the National Student Representative Council of UNISA. Okay, while she's being found. We've also got Mr. Uthibile Gitumetsi, the Senior Manager for Commercials at Telkom. And then finally, joining us online, we've got Mr. Gary Musenheimer. He's the Director of Suncom at Stellenbosch University.
Oh, thank you.
Fantastic. Ms. Nokuthula is coming to join us as well. All right, while we wait for Ms. Nokuthula to ascend the stage, I think we cannot downplay the need to address equitable access to education. And we cannot talk about that without talking about the funding disparities that exist in this. And so in this panel, we want to try and unpack how public and private partnerships can support marginalized communities. And then the discussion should also, I hope, touch on the role of technology in bridging educational gaps, as well as creating internships and learnerships and opportunities to enhance employability. And I'm hoping that all of you will engage robustly with this topic, and that we will have an informative and enlightening conversation. But the academic in me wants us to begin by defining concepts. So we're talking about inclusivity, we're talking about inclusion in education. So I was reading a couple of things, trying to prepare for this engagement, and I found that inclusive education is a philosophy that promotes full participation of all students and aims to ensure that all students are treated fairly and get equal opportunities. Now, I want to start with the representative of students who is sitting here on this panel, Noguthula, and I want you to please take us through the ways in which there are barriers to achieving this fair and equal treatment of students currently in our higher education sector.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Noguthula Matonsi, and I'm the National SRC. I serve as a Treasurer General in the University of South Africa. And thank you so much for this platform. As you were asking in terms of what does it mean to speak of inclusivity. So speaking of inclusivity, you know, it speaks on providing equal access to opportunities. Yeah, I'll just put it like that. Thank you.
Yes, and the follow-up was, what are some of the challenges and the barriers that exist right now in the higher education sector that make it difficult for prospective students as well as current students to experience this fairness and equity in higher education?
Okay. Actually, the current difficulties, I think it's one of the main subjects why we are here today when we speak of the funding. Funding is one of the most crucial element that actually puts actually a gap between the poor and the rich and the accessibility of education. And we like to say that the issue of funding was actually challenged in 2015 by the concept or the movement of Fallism. So when Fallism came about, it wanted to actually challenge the economical disparities that were actually there, that actually made Black students, actually from the poor background, not to be able to access higher education because of lack of funding or economical or socio-economical situations. So the most difficulty, I would say, is the lack of funding. And also is the lack of support. There's also an issue of food security. So as a student, it's not only enough that you get your funding or fees paid. What is most important as well is, are you in a good socio-economical space? Do you have food security? Because I also, in one of the speakers, they mentioned that if your mental health is not in a quite good space, then you can't really be productive in any means of or sector that you are in.
Thank you so much, Noguthula. And I think excuse me for this, you've highlighted some important factors beyond funding that speak to inclusion in education. And that speaks to social factors, that speaks to cultural factors, that speaks to factors that have to do with the general well-being of each and every student. I know that UNICEF, when they describe inclusion in education, they talk about same classroom, same opportunities, you know. And so I want to come to you, Gary, because you also are located in an institution of higher learning, that being Stellenbosch. And I want you to maybe talk us through the ways in which you are working together with private entities to contribute to enhancing this notion of inclusivity in higher education.
Thank you and good afternoon to the panel. So, yeah, the angle that I'd like to approach this conversation is that, you know, inclusivity is really it's an objective of the institution, and from where I have influence at Stellenbosch University, it is in how commercial activities can support the university's objectives. What we've done is that, you know, we find that universities have the opportunity to look inward at non-core business activities within the institution that can be that can be removed from its central budget, placed into self-sustaining commercial vehicles. What this does is it takes away burden from the central budget that is under pressure in the institutions, which can then be reallocated towards initiatives around inclusivity as well as food security, like was mentioned a few minutes ago. And I think that's an opportunity that we've adopted at Stellenbosch, and it's also one that we are spending time to try and introduce at other institutions around South Africa.
Could you maybe unpack a little bit more in terms of how you are reallocating those funds to address some of the issues that Nokuthula spoke to, in terms of the funding disparities, the lack of access to funds for students, the debt crisis that a lot of students find themselves in, and the issues regarding social well-being and mental well-being in the context of Stellenbosch University?
So within the portfolio that we manage is the residences, as an example. What's happened is there's a few thousand NSFAS students that are on campus, and they've received certain food allowance from the government, and it was decreased, and to a point where by the middle of the year, this year, they've run out of food allowance money. So what we are able to do is, as an outcome of commercial activities at the university, we are able to support and come up with innovative ideas to support the students that are living on residences, studying at the university, but now have no more funds left for food. We are able to supplement their food pocket. So those are some of the initiatives that we are able to address. It's a need, I'm sure, throughout South Africa.
All right, thank you so much. Sorry, there was a bit of a glitch there in the screen. And now I just want to bring it, the conversation to the issue of private sector engagement and the role of the private sector. And I'm looking at you, Lerato, because of your...
Read my notes.
Yes, please do that. And you've cut your teeth in state-owned enterprises and state-linked entities and in corporate. And I just want to ask you, how can businesses be encouraged to incorporate inclusive education in their CSR strategies, for instance, corporate social responsibility?
Okay, thank you very much. Afternoon to the attendees, both online and physically. The private sector has done a lot, but maybe let's take a step back and try to understand what problem are we solving here. So fee-free education came in 2018. It had good intentions, but it also had unintended consequences because it created an instability in the sector. There was a report that was issued by DHED in 2023, the university public report. It shows clearly that the university subsidy has moved materially to fund fee-free education. What that has done is created a huge gap that needs to be closed from the university side, right? So you've got the university sector that is a bit jittery, So you have funding going there that has created an unjust and unequitable sector that affected the funding landscape. So the private sector comes in, funds the students, but the private sector looks at success. You need to fund for success at the end of the day. And they've put in measures in place like the wraparound support. The wraparound support is important. And there was a research that was carried out by one of the financial institutions, the banks, that looks at the amount of money they put in. Then they wanted to look at the throughput, what is termed the throughput, the success, was that wraparound support is important, but also funding students with disabilities. They need extra care. That's on the education side, because I'm of the view that throwing money at the problem is not really the best solution if you want to get somewhere. So the subsidies have moved to fee-free education. Now there's this gap around infrastructure. I mean, the previous panel was talking about infrastructure. The private sector has come in through the purpose-built student accommodation. They've thrown in money in there because the fiscus is tight. There's no additional funding that are going to fall from the sky, right? So if you are a government, you want to attract the private sector into your space, you have fiscal constraints, then the only lever you have is policy. Your policy has to be inclusive, has to encourage private participation. And the challenge that the private sector, particularly around student accommodation, is facing, it's an unstable or incorrectly implemented policy around purpose-built student accommodation. Now you have the university that's lost its money, but they also want to protect what they have. And my advice would be open up, work with the guys, the Department of Higher Education and Training, create a stable policy environment that will then encourage the private sector to come in. Because I've always said you can be how bright, you can eat well, you can exercise. If you don't have a place to sit and study, it's all futile. You need a desk that is in a good condition, in a good space, so that you can study and pass. And then lastly, on the aggregation and the CSI, is that you need to aggregate these funds. But equally, throwing a lot of money into students without actually determining what seems to be the problem. I mean, there was another research, I don't want to sound like a researcher, that was carried out around, look at the first years. If you take me, I'm from a rural area, you bring me into UCT or VET, that's a big environment. And you realize that the high failure rate in first year, or the failure rate in first year rather, is quite high, and that needs to be addressed. So funding students with disability, wraparound support is important. Opening up space around infrastructure, it is important for government to come in and stabilize that policy landscape.
All right. So what I'm hearing from you is that there are numerous trade-offs. There are competing priorities when it comes to how do you deploy the existing resources. And I'm also hearing that perhaps funding is not really about the lack thereof, but how we distribute that and how we use the existing funding that we have and what we prioritize. So I'm looking at you, Linda, you've been nodding for much of what Lerato was saying. And as the president of ABASA, I know ABASA was created to promote the interests of Black persons engaging in the accounting profession, and is committed to the pursuit of ensuring that every Black accountant and aspiring accountant can realize their full potential. And Lerato has just spoken to the issue of what is the problem we're trying to solve here. So working in that space, working with aspirant Black accountants, Black young students, who are experiencing some of these challenges in higher education, what would you say are the real issues that we need to address here when we're talking about this funding issue?
Thank you very much. I'm going to sound biased, but I promise I don't work at UNISA. But I'm going to tailor my answer in terms of a lived experience and the work we actually do with UNISA currently around this. As a BASA, we believe universities like UNISA are leaders in finding solutions because we don't only have an institution of this nature that has a social mandate to make sure that the high school kids that come out and want to have this higher education opportunity are not left behind because other universities will filter. So they'll get really great marks and results at the end of the pipeline, but it's because they've selected the academically who they take in. UNISA has a big responsibility because it opens up to more, which means that it must also make sure that higher education is speaking to basic education. Because some of the reason why you will find a UNISA, for instance, in the accounting stream, which is where we focus, the pass rates at the end for your CTA and those that sit for the first board are not great for UNISA, but the numbers that UNISA pushes out are what the country needs. And if we were to solve why are we not getting a let me say 70% pass rate, even though we are getting a big number in absolute terms in the smaller percentage that UNISA churns out. If we were to move that needle, transformation would really turn around in terms of our sector. So what ABASA then focuses on is how do we partner? How do we find where the problem is? And we always go back to the foundation. So picking the right subjects early on, and these are some of the initiatives that ABASA has. Picking the right subjects, we know that the kids that come into universities like UNISA and our historically disadvantaged universities are coming from schools where the education system or the quality of teaching is not great. So we're solving so many things over and above what my colleagues have already said, that we must understand the UNISA student or the black child and their challenges and try and cater to that. That's huge. And it's not going to be only an organization like ABASA that solves for that, but there's so many role players at different levels. So focusing also on the stream of chartered accountants, which linking to a scarce skill, which Convocation President has talked about, is that we need to make sure that the funding is matching what we want to see. For instance, with postgrad in our stream, it's not funded, but it's a scarce skill. How does that make sense? So we have to deal with that to then advocate as to why are you not funding the very people you want to become chartered accountants to get through to the postgrad. So there's a sense, and I know she's going to say I'm stealing her points because we talked about it off stage, that we have the solutions, but I think if we don't collaborate and work together, we're going to have a lot of these gaps where things that are very basic in actually solving the problem, we're not moving. Because everybody has their own KPI. I'm going to go back to the example of basic education, higher education. Basic education has its own minister and its own, KPIs, and they might not feed into what's going on here. And this is what we even asked the president when thinking about how to structure the ministries, that how do we find a way that they're working together to reach a bigger agenda? And I'll leave it there for now. So there's so many elements, in summary, there's so many elements, and we need to collaborate, but also we need to be strategic in how we do things and work together.
And I think that's really part of the objective of this panel, is to try and unpack how do we start forming those strategic partnerships, that you are speaking to, because you're talking about the importance of collaboration instead of trying to attack this issue at different points, but how do we get together and start to find solutions together to this problem? Now, I'm going to bring Anusha into the conversation because you come from the public administration. And just like the private sector, the public administration is also a beneficiary of the output of higher education. And in what ways are you engaging in this conversation, in this discourse about funding higher education, particularly because of the current discourse around the professionalization of the public service, the need to attract skills, and attract good people into the public service. What resources are being deployed into that, and how is the department working with the private sector, for instance, in engaging this issue?
Thank you very much, MC. And a very good afternoon to you, the panelists, and our distinguished guests. Let me frame my response, and let's provide some context to the narrative and dialogue that we're engaging in this afternoon. You mentioned something important. So let's start at the very foundation and formative step. When we talk inclusiveness, what do we imply? And I think, MC, one of the key questions, and if I could contextualize what the panelists have said, will remain: can two children run the race equally? One coming from an urban, well-resourced area, and the other from a township with limited resources. So I think one of the challenges and outcomes CEO UNISA Enterprise going forward for next year would be, how well do we understand the definition, and if we were to disintegrate the definition, what does inclusive mean? And it goes back to what the representative has said here, insofar as we are dealing with an ecosystem. We are not dealing only with a funding model. Funding is but a small myopic portion of where education ought to be in our country. So we have a responsibility, the public service, in tandem with the private sector and higher education institutions, to make that ecosystem work. So I think that kind of a background will pitch the discussion then on the public sector's involvement. And indeed, we agree that basic education must filter into higher education. It cannot be separated, and we do not separate it in the public sector. Instead, we argue for coherency, and we argue for a collaborative effort between the foundations of education and the higher institutes that would give us learning and development. So to sum up then on the professionalization of the public service, the Department of Public Service and Administration, ladies and gentlemen, is your White House. You don't need to go to Washington, D.C. in the USA to go to the White House. Come and visit us at the Batupili House in Pretoria. As the public service and sector, we will continue to advocate for people first. Our people, our citizens, will always come first. So what we try to espouse and advocate and being great proponents of in the professionalization framework of the public sector is, as I've indicated, putting our people first, but working with institutions of higher learning, working with the private sector, which the DPSA does on a large scale, together with our higher education department, where we look at partnerships, where we look at re-steering, redirecting social or corporate social responsibility and initiatives. And those are the discussions and dialogues, ladies and gentlemen, that will take us days on end to speak about, because there's always something so interesting there, isn't it? But let's talk about it from saying that our responsibility, working with all the institutions, as I've mentioned, is to ensure that at the end of the day, we have a public service that is capable, that is exceptionally ethical, and that is accountable. And I'm not going to use the word citizens, but I'm going to say you. We must be accountable to you. And the one way in which we can build that up, in closing this part now, MC, is to understand that when we invest in our children, when we invest in their higher education and not just funding, but feeding schemes, accommodation, transport in all areas, but when we educate a child in our country, we educate a village, we educate a city, a province, and our entire nation. I think, Chairperson, then the question is, 30 years into a democracy, where do we stand as education? How much have we advanced, and do we want to leave our country in the next 30 years the way we found her? I do not think so. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anusha, for that input. And I think what it brings us to, because you've spoken about the ecosystem, you know, it's an ecosystem, and you've also spoken about the relationship between basic education and higher education. It's a pipeline. But I think also the broader issue here is that when we're talking about inequality in the higher education sector, we cannot talk about it outside the context of general inequality in the South African society, which is historical and which continues even 30 years into democracy. And part of that disparity that exists is the tech disparity, where you spoke about, can we truly say that a child from a particular community versus a child from a more affluent community can actually be running the same race? Are they starting at the same points? Now we're in the era of 4IR, and we have a lot of young people who are left behind. Situations where some young people only encounter a computer when they get to university, for instance. And so I want to bring in here the perspective from Telkom, Uthibile, because Telkom is a telecommunications company, a major player on the continent. And I would like you to maybe unpack in what ways you are feeding into this ecosystem, this education ecosystem, not only in South Africa, perhaps there are other examples as well that you can give us, that is helping to use technology to bridge the gap that we are speaking about here.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you for the question, ma'am. It's really a loaded question. But from us as Telkom, I think what we got right is from the start, we've realized that there's too much money chasing too few candidates within the educational space. And I'm talking in terms of the private sector. And if you look at, for example, during the matric results, you find that there's a lot of corporates that are bidding for the top students. And that's where it gives us a little bit of a difficulty in terms of inclusivity. And that's why to us, the word inclusivity is very critical as Telkom, because even our business strategy is modeled around digital inclusivity, around making sure that everybody is included within this buzz called technology, innovation, and digital phases. So getting to your question, our foundation is heavily weighted towards inclusivity. It's heavily weighted towards helping those learners that are out in the rural areas, that are in the schools that are called your Quinton 1, or the ones that cannot even afford to go to school. And what do we do there? We equip the classrooms with digital equipment. Could be things like your laptops. It could be also connectivity. So we give them an entire ecosystem that tries to put them in the same sort of level or the same footing with the guys that are from the urban or the well-to-do environments. And we're doing that deliberately because we've noticed that these kids, it's not that they don't have potential, but it's because they do not have the right tools, they don't have the right environment to help unearth the potential that's in them. And as a result, that's why we find out that once the kids get to university or once they get to higher tertiary institutions, they don't do well. It's not because they don't have the potential. It's because the background, or it's because we as the private sector, we have neglected to invest in the circumstances that allows them to shine or that allows them to unearth their potential. But rather we have focused more on, maybe for lack of a better word, on polishing an already shining diamond. And that's why most of us, we find out that we're competing to give one kid maybe 10 laptops or 20 laptops, just to say the brightest kid from this area he's won a car, he's won maybe 10 or 5 laptops. But if you open that up and unpack it, you realize that in the bigger scheme of things, we have not really changed society. Because to change society, it will mean that you need to focus on that diamond that is still underground, and help it to come underground and make it shine, and also give it that hope that it can compete with the diamonds that were already shining or that were already found out there. So that's how we try and make a difference, but just giving them psycho support, making sure they have laboratories or they have computers that they can also connect with, and put programs like learning management systems that they can connect with other service providers in urban areas to try and bridge either it's maybe the educational content that they need and things like that.
And I think it links very well to the point that you were making, Linda, about the broader environment that goes with investing in a young person. And I guess in the private sector, and also I suppose in the public sector, there's this idea that you want the best of the best. You want the cream of the crop, and universities also want the best of the best, and the cream of the crop. There's this competition for that. So then, but if we want the best of the best, how do we then invest in making sure that the pool is increasing, so that we have more and more young people doing well and doing better? And can you give us maybe some practical examples in your experience of how there has been collaboration and partnerships trying to do just that in maybe a particular community, a particular school. Yeah.
Thank you, Telkom, for being here. I might just talk to you afterwards about our projects at Abasa. Thanks. For us, we really focused on, we talk a lot about the learners, but we found that over and above giving the infrastructure, which I really like, that you're looking at the actual school, you're not just looking at individual kids. But our stance was also, partnering with Prof. Wiseman Gutlu, which is the first black CA of the country, and Sizwe Nxasana. Their big thing is the teachers that are teaching the subjects that these kids need to actually be unearthed and polished as these diamonds, because black kids are smart. They just need someone that's going to make them feel like this is not an overwhelming thing. The way that they are taught is also very important. And I'm not going to go into the other factors such as language and all of these things now that even sit in the, what's the bill now that we are talking about? It's
the bill.
It's asking us about language now. What are we going to do about that? Because the majority of this country, their mother tongue is not English. And are we going to be able to then make all of these different alternatives so that we can make sure these kids understand what they're being taught? So we're looking at those things, but we're looking at subjects and the people teaching those subjects. Abasa has a subvention fund where it would also make sure that when you qualify as a CA, for instance, you go back to university like a Forte or the universities that are remote because people don't want to work there. But also the salaries are not competitive. So we would top up and subvent those as an organization. But that also needs a sustainability model. So you need to make sure that you've got an entity that will have capital. And UNISA, I think you're also doing some work through the foundation where that interest can be used. You don't even have to use the capital, but you need to identify something that makes impact sense and then fund that. So we're really looking at not only the learner in summary, but the mechanisms that actually spread more impact in the projects that we are doing. SAICA does a lot in terms of this as well, and making sure that private sector is contributing towards bursaries and things like that. The challenge we have there is that the selection or the criteria of who you choose, there's a missing middle that now gets left behind. And how do we deal with those things? Also, Nxasana have other funds that do that, but how do we make sure people are aware of all of those things? We actually, at our conference now in November, partnering with NSFAS. And the thing around NSFAS and our advocacy role as well as Abasa is to say we need the right people driving these particular programs like NSFAS. We've got corruption issues. We've got this direct payment where it goes through a service provider. That's not direct, And some of these monies could be used for something else. We're more efficient around distributing the support that is really needed for the black child. So we need to start thinking innovatively, and I think the previous panel was talking about that, but we need to embrace thinking differently. Because currently we have a status quo where even the projects that we're trying to drive, they don't serve the interests of some of the people that are benefiting from the crisis that we're in. And it requires us all, in our different spaces, to advocate for open-mindedness and doing things a little different, because we can't be doing the same thing and getting the same result. I'm now being Einstein. We really, really need to encourage that we think differently and we challenge the status quo for the sake of the bigger majority of this country.
And coming to Nokuthula, post the fees must fall protest that we saw, in what ways is the current student movement advocating for this greater awareness around access to existing funding for young people, but these ecosystem-related questions that we're discussing now?
Okay, thank you, MC. If we're going to speak on the NSFAS, I think in the first question that you asked me, one of the challenges is NSFAS on its own as an institution. Because NSFAS, in the context of UNISA, we have 370,000 students plus, and half of those students are NSFAS beneficiaries. And if you look at it in that sense, and most of those students, some of them actually, they experience being defunded in the middle of the year, or just randomly during a semester, and you are defunded. So it's quite a challenge when it comes to issues of NSFAS. It becomes a challenge with issues surrounding the funding in that respect. And if you don't mind, can you also retaliate that question?
So basically, I was just asking you to unpack in terms of your advocacy role as a student movement currently. In what ways are you advocating for some of these gaps, not just the funding gap, but also the ecosystem issues, the accommodation? Are you engaging the private sector? Are you just dealing with government and NSFAS? You know, in what ways are you trying to help students navigate this challenge?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm very nervous. The crowd is
okay.
very
Please come.
intimidating me.
Is the crowd intimidating? Please smile, crowd.
I can't see them, so I can't see their smile. So I think this posture is very good because at least I'm trying to keep my cool. So I'm sure my colleagues will say, as you talk a lot in meetings, what happened to you? I'm like, I was with business people, so I just couldn't articulate.
Pretend we're the students in the meeting, just, you know, get the, yeah.
So thank you so much for re-emphasizing that question. And in that context, what we are doing in the context of UNISA is that trying to assist our students in terms of tackling with these challenges is that we've seen the problem, the crisis with NSFAS, we've seen it, and when our term started, I remember that we sat with the office, the UNISA Foundation, and in the UNISA Foundation we said that we have these challenges within student funding, and as the Treasurer General, I think it is best that we move with this motion of student debt campaign, which then seeks to advocate for our students within the community of UNISA to speak on addressing those challenges that students, especially students that are being defunded in the middle of the semester, students that have completed their qualifications but are actually unable to graduate because the debt is hanging on them. So what then we did is to, we started the initiative to assist. So what we've actually done, the funny part is that when we go to the UNISA community, they ask us about NSFAS. And then you're like, are you not informed that, you know, you really can't depend on NSFAS in this day and age because you can't see such corruption happening within the system of NSFAS, and yet you think something good will come out of it because the irregularities that comes with NSFAS, it actually costs our students their future, it costs their families because when a student goes to universities, they don't go to universities for themselves. They go to universities to better their situations back home, which then speaks to the issues of socio-economic crisis. So when you look at a student, you don't look at a student. You look at 7 people back home. You look at 10 people back home. So if then NSFAS people will have and try to have Ubuntu and be able to address and understand that an individual student in this context of South Africa does not only carry themselves, so they carry an enormous amount of people, families, black families and black communities, because if a doctor in a community can be produced, how many people are going to have healthcare services in that particular community? So you actually see that the challenges with funding, it does not only speak to an individual, it speaks to community, it speaks to the entire country, it speaks to the entire continent and the entire global south, if not the entire continent. So that which we've done is to try and speak to, unfortunately, we are quite limited. We're quite limited because I can't go to Sanlam alone, because UNISA doesn't trust me with the resources, you know, to say, will they reach where they need to reach? So that is why UNISA now has a system whereby as SRC, you cannot solicit any funds outside of the UNISA Foundation. So then, as we are working with the UNISA Foundation, then it doesn't matter how innovative or creative you are, it has to pass through the foundation. It has to filter through the foundation. You have ideas of wanting to propose such and such or speak to this type of a department. You have to go through another person. For an institution like SRC to be able to be even effective. So we are trying our level best to try and address the crisis of funding in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Nokuthula. I'm going to bring, I want to bring in the audience into this discussion. And can I just see your hands if you do have an input to make a comment or a question that you want to ask? I see, okay, 1, 2, and 3. Yes, so let's start at the back there.
Oh, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Sure. Yeah, it's David Ngubuka. Yeah, my question comes from the net fixing generation. Yeah, it's a very high-tempered today here. This kind of
could you maybe just speak a little louder into the microphone? Yes.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, my question was saying, are the university dribbling each other if UP is gonna give a deputy commissioner of tax an honorary doctorate? Or is that other university particularly has vision something that other have let slide? Okay, the question was, as no instances we know, most research is guided by sustainable development GEMS. Normally, I would like to call them not goals, because not only everybody is scoring.
Okay, so we're pressed for time, so if you could just get to the gist of your question.
Especially UNISA with the niche, Catholic niche areas, we would like to ask if they are focusing also on buying IPOs from, we see how our roads are very dangerous. Just buying IPO from BMW tires is also innovation.
Okay.
Also, the AFCT are university ready to build stock market for African free continental free trade agreement. With the Port 2 system, we realize also the missing middle is going to shift, the fabric is going to shift a bit. But now, is it also covering marathon debt, or it was the 2-point system? Those other policies that are NHI, for instance. Is it going to also filter for?
Okay, I think we've heard the gist of your questions. Because of time, I'm going to ask us to move on to the next.
I have no foreplay, but I would like to ask a question. Do we know students? I repeat, do we know students?
Okay, and
why are they seen as elites?
Okay.
Should we invest in those types who represents the negative reflection of some students? Question, are they all good investment, or we need to target those who represent Ubuntu and societal ideals?
Thank you. Is that directed generally to the panel, or is there a specific person?
To anyone who will bother to answer.
All right. And then there was a third hand in front.
Thank you. My name is Mandisa. I'm from Mahoy Films. And we are basically looking at digital creative skills. So it's really good to see somebody from Telkom. As much as they're more, I think, focused on digital skills rather than digital creative skills, which is slightly different because now we're talking about animation, gaming, and that line of work. And what we found with our organization is that those skills, and our research really, is that those skills actually are the future of work. And we're not really talking about that. And it does come from, it is part of this ecosystem that you guys are talking about, because it needs to stem from basic education, because the reason that kids are falling out, dropping out mid-university, because they see the computer for the first time there, the idea is for early immersion, right? So my question really, I love what Abasa says, is that they are doing a teach the teacher investment really for their accountants. Is there something like that for telecom, for digital creative skills? Because that's vital for it to actually reach your rural communities and your townships and so on and so forth.
Thank you so much. Gary, I'm going to ask you to maybe just address the issue of the missing middle, and I'm going to add a little bit of my own question on that in terms of in what ways are bursaries evolving to understand the funding needs of different types of students in the South African context, including the missing middle, because that was a little bit of what I caught of the question, the first question. And then in terms of the question around who is the student and are we making the right investment, I think it speaks to the points that has been made about what is the criteria for the selection of these students and how are these students that are being invested in and being fought over in terms of what to be given, are they really the students that we should be investing in? Should good marks just be the only criteria? And I think any of you can take that one. But let's start with you, Gary, and then Utsibile. I hope you've caught that question about the digital skills. Gary.
Thanks for the question. So what we find is that the missing middle suffers from a major portion of attention for bursaries and funding goes to those who are really at the need, which is a fair argument. And what happens is the missing middle needs to sort of find resources on their own. What we've done at Stellenbosch is that we've created a platform to support these to support students in general around their next journey or their next chapter in their economic life post study. What this means is often you find students that make it through university, they still lack the critical skills to fit into the workplace. The platform that we've developed offers that free support to students, missing middle or otherwise, where they are able to come up to speed. And to Anusha's point of where, two students with different backgrounds, different support structures, how do we give them the right or the fair footing in the workplace? This is something that we've addressed or trying to address in our own way. We've got around 400 private partners that are assisting us in making sure that students around South Africa that have now graduated are able to pick up skills that are needed for them to adapt to company culture, to understand financial management once they get placed in an opportunity. And I think these are things that we also need to address in terms of inclusivity. Somebody that comes from a rural background doesn't automatically come with those skill sets that we in other ways take for granted. So yeah, those are also critical inclusion aspects that I'd like to bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have someone address the issue of the criteria? How do we actually select the student? Who is the student? Are we selecting the right students? Are we using the right criteria?
Sure. So I'll take that one, but I also want to just also emphasize what I got from the question around who are we funding to understand these students, right? And I think we need to find a way where we encourage young people to be part of organizations that can teach them or groom them to become people who understand the bigger picture and the responsibility that they have when they are given the bursaries and the funding and all of that, where that comes from and what that means, and the excellence that is required from you. Organizations like ABASA, for instance, I mean, having started as a student leader when I was at the University of Fort Hare, and that was transitioning from a WITS, you know, and I got to see two different worlds, and how you come from a WITS that has all these resources and all of that, and I had to finish because I didn't have funding, and I had to go to the University of Fort Hare, and that's in my home province. But I saw the difference in the opportunity, you know, and that taught me to appreciate that what I'm given there, and I got a bursary, DHET funded me, you know, and I was able to finish all the way to postgrad. But it taught me a responsibility that if I do the right thing as a Fort Hare alumni, I'm opening up doors for the next, you know, generation. So I think some of the criteria and some of the programs should encourage that we become members of certain organizations that teach that culture from a young age. And therefore, you're likely to have a better product of a holistic graduate. And I've always advocated for that. That it's not only about the classroom. We are trying to groom holistic individuals that are going to be leaders in this country and speaking to the ethics and you know, giving back and serving the country. But in terms of whether we're going to be able to identify who's the wrong person to fund, I don't think that's a fair question. We can do the best that we can, but encourage kids to really take the responsibility seriously.
Thank you so much. Lerato, you wanted to come in there?
Thank you very much. On the issue of students, I think it is incumbent upon us to build the leaders we want, you know, as adults of today. And government has many tools. If you look at, for example, in the accommodation space, there's what we call minimum norms and standards, you know, that DHET, Department of Higher Education and Training, has issued to whoever wants to build the buildings. Included in there, when you get graded or for you to be accredited, it's do you have leadership activities for the students, the health and safety of the students, but there's a big portion on leadership activities for the students, where the landlords are actually encouraged to build these properties that will then encourage that social mobility and the ability for students to self-reflect on the issues that they face. So for us to say, is this the right student or wrong student, I disagree with that. It is incumbent upon us to build the students that will then do what higher education is meant to do, facilitate economic and social mobility that will then lead to inclusion for everybody to benefit.
Right. Anusha, I'm going to allow you to take a bite at that before we get to...
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, MC. Yes, I think very quickly, we shall leave nobody behind.
Absolutely.
As South Africans, we must please be very, very cautious of that. It's great to put in criterias, but human beings deal with that criteria. Instead, I want to agree with my colleague here and say, build leaders, invest in building, and not in secluding. Because honestly, MC, we create words, we create designations, and then we want to undo it. You know, so we create gender bias, then we want to undo it. We create persons with disability, then we want to undo it. You know, so I think that is important. And going forward, then, what we need to look at is two things very quickly. First, an integrated scholarship and bursary schemes where you career develop, you career grow while the student is learning. But also a major step of preparedness. How do you integrate as part of these schemes and funded already the bridging between the academia and the studying part and the actual industry, and how do our students make that transition? That's important. Then in ending, there must be a point of singularity. Now we must not look at singularity from economic and financial and mathematical models only, but singularity and the points of singularity to say that how do we as higher education institutions with the public and private sector move away from keep doing the things that do not work for us, but to become a little bit more disruptive almost in how we take then the single view forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Anusha. Othibile, just on the question of the skills, the tech skills.
Okay. All right, thank you for the question. And Telkom is one of the biggest funders and sponsors of gaming in South Africa. As a matter of fact, we have a gaming festival coming in November called the Comic-Con. And the reason why we're involved in gaming, it's exactly to the reason that you are raising that technology is not only gadgets, Technology is also people. People in the sense that the people should be able to enjoy and use and understand the efficiencies that are brought by technologies. And that's why for us, gaming is very critical. And we are also involved in gaming through learners. There's a gaming league that is specifically for learners or for high school students, because that also gives them some insights into coding and the world of AI. So as Telkom, gaming is something that is very close to us. And also on your point about digital creation, most of the schools that we touch, we make sure that we don't just go in and drop the gadgets. We do train the teachers, and we're very proud of that fact that we train the teachers. The reason being that we need to make sure that over time we measure the impact of what those gadgets has achieved. And additionally, we also train the learners. And the schools where we drop these gadgets, we don't bring in professional IT people. We take those professionals and say, in this class, train 5 learners. In that class, train 10 learners. So that when there's issues around the laptops or the gadgets that we've dropped, the principal can say, in my database, I've got so many IT, skilled learners that can come and resolve these issues for us.
Thank you so much. Because of our time, I'm going to cut the panel conversation there. And I think there's a lot of food for thought in terms of the next summit that's coming up next year, to think about the collaboration. Instead of the public sector and the private sector working in silos and the student movement, there is a need to maybe convene a session for stakeholders to come together and discuss identify what are the gaps, identify what are the problems and the issues, and how to go about filling those gaps, how to go about solving those problems instead of working in silos. And I think that UNISA has a great opportunity to do so. Given that you've convened everyone here today, there is a great opportunity to continue this conversation so as to forge these strategic partnerships moving forward. Thank you so much. That is all from this second panel. And that's all from myself, Nompumelelo Sibalukhulu-Runji.
Thank you.
If I can kindly ask that you exit via that staircase, and somebody from Telkom will be handing you a gift just to say thank you for participating in this panel. Thank you so much to Nompumelelo for facilitating that conversation. So we are going to take a 5-minute pause, and this just allows for us to have a bit of a technical switch in terms of getting the next panel mic'd. So if you want to use the opportunity to grab a water, to stretch your legs a bit, you can use that now. We will resume the program in the next 5 minutes. We're just going to do that technical changeover. gentlemen, we are going to continue with the rest of the program. So this is the last panel. Is my audio coming through? Are you getting that? Okay, great. So this is going to be the last panel for the day, and I do notice there are people who are taking pictures. So I hope you're going to be sharing those pictures on social media, and you're going to be tagging UNISA as well. So that'll be quite good. If people can find their seats, that'll be really great. All right, so we had panel 2, which was a really interesting conversation. So now we're going to try and bring it all together by looking at technology, rather transforming education through technology. And part of the question we're going to be trying to answer here is how will technology and different aspects of it impact education in South Africa, and in what ways we are seeing that impact filtrate or move through the education systems as well. So to have this conversation, I'd like to welcome, starting with Wesley, who is joining us online. Wesley Dipoko is a South African tech journalist. He's also an analyst, and apart from that, he is the editor-in-chief of Fast Company, and you should be able to see his face shortly. And then joining us in the room on stage is Justice Chikomba, who is the CEO of Analytics Hive, if you can join us on stage. And then he'll be joined by Thomas Julies, who is the managing executive at Zimele Technologies. And then we have Veronica Mutlautsi, who is the CEO of Smart Digital Solutions. And then Thabo Mukhaso, who is the Senior Manager for Infrastructure at Adept IT. And then we have Sean Rubin, who is the Director for Global Partner Solutions at Microsoft SA. Thank you, everyone. And the same way that we've been doing with the previous panels, we will have Q&A at the end of the discussion. But the similar thing that I want to take from how we were doing panel 1, and we're going to try and carry that theme into panel 3, is where you have a minute and a half to talk about what you do within your organization. And again, as I mentioned, it's to give context to the audience in terms of where you see things, for example, from a Microsoft, Zimela Technologies, et cetera, So let's start off with you, Sean.
Thank you, Natasha. It's good also to see better diversity, but clearly we have some work to do from my diversity point of view. Yeah, as you introduced me, my responsibility at Microsoft South Africa is to look after our partner ecosystem. While we generally have direct engagement with many customers, our real go-to-market is to make sure that we have local empowered partners who are able to deploy technology, able to bring value to our customers, etc. Of course, part of the reason we do this is for scale, but really importantly, it's also about how do we develop the local economy, and that's my responsibility at Microsoft.
Thabo?
No, thanks very much. So, 38 years ago, Adapt IT Education started documenting and, storing academic progress, academic information for South Africans. I'm sure if we took an audit in this room to find out who exists on the Adapt IT education systems, I'm sure that close to 2/3 of the room would have been touched by the Adapt IT education systems. We in 17 universities where we provide a ERP system for running the universities. Basically, everything from HR to finance. But the mainstay of that is a student system that collates all the student records. So we have a proud history of maintaining and keeping South African academic information for over that period. 5 years ago, we had an opportunity to implement quite a big scale learning management system for the University of South Africa. And in this past 5 years, we've worked and partnered with UNISA to run a number of online examinations and drive the digitization agenda. So we see ourselves as a digital partner for education in South Africa. And I'm responsible for making sure that we have the infrastructure to do that.
Okay, let's get to yourself, Thomas.
Thanks, Natasha. Thanks, everyone. So at Zimele, what we do is, we support our clients with the digital transformation journeys, and that is from advising them to supporting them with implementation, as well as supporting of this enabling technologies. So that's one part of our business. And then the second component is around training. So on the training side, we do corporate training. That includes soft skills training as well as technical training. And on top of that, we also do internships. So the disruption that's happening in the education system is also happening to us. So it's pretty close to us as well.
Justice?
Good afternoon, everybody, those online and in the room. Thank you for having me here today. I'm the founder and chief executive of a company called Analytics Hive. From the name, you can almost derive that we do a lot of analytics. Our core business is drawing actionable insights from data. So if we get into any context, we work with the data. Sometimes we enrich it, and then we employ advanced analytics techniques to make sense of it. But what's the value out of all that? Is to then guide policy decisions, guide practice, to enhance efficiencies, eliminate waste, and all the other good things that come from it.
Okay. Veronica? Sorry, I interrupted you there.
Yeah, almost done. And then part of what we do also is to scout for premium talent that we can group into future superstars in this space. So, I mean, whenever we finish training our graduates in our academy, the big guys now come and poach. I mean, we've got youngsters who are now with big companies like EY, Standard Bank, and many others. I won't mention Microsoft, but thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll come back to that in terms of whether, when you find the premium talent, to what extent are you sort of incentivizing them to stay, or are you open to the fact that you've trained them so well, the likes of Microsoft and a Standard Bank actually wants to work with the pipeline that's coming through your system? So we'll come back to that in a bit. Veronica, let's get to you.
Thank you and good afternoon. I am from Smart Digital Solution. I'm the CEO and the founder. Smart Digital Solution is a digital transformation company. Our mission is to enable our clients to lead with digital. We specialize in technologies such as IoT. We just launched our IoT Smart Energy Value Proposition. Smart Digital Solution partnered with the Commonwealth and the MICT SETA on the capacity building for AI in the country and all in the continent. We are the exclusive distributor of AnyDesk. AnyDesk is a collaboration platform and a remote access platform which can be used by universities to provide access and equitable access to education. And I am excited to share my knowledge and experiences on this topic.
Excellent. Let me get to you, Wesley. I mean, when I introduced you, I said tech journalist, analyst, as well as editor-in-chief of Fast Company. But I want to hone in on the analyst part, because, you know, a tech journalist, most people are familiar in terms of what you write about and what you cover, and also as the editor-in-chief of Fast Money. But I want to get into the analyst bit. What is it that you analyze?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about this important topic. So technology is something that can be difficult for many to understand. So part of what I do is to explain that. So there are times where I have to talk to people who are trying to implement solutions, but those solutions ought to be understood by the business side of the world. So I get to be in between and explain those. So I do comment on technology solutions, new ones. So I do that on different platforms in the media. However, my main role is being an editor of Fast Company, a publication that also focuses on unpacking the meaning of technology, its impact on society. So essentially, that's just another way for saying someone who explains things to other people.
Okay, great. Thabo, I'm going to start off with you because it's actually quite interesting what you do within Adapt IT and the way you work with the universities. Let's cast our mind back to 2020, and I'm sure a lot of you will be able to comment on this. 2020, going into 2021, a lot of companies were having conversations about digital transformation. They were trying to figure it out because we were in a pandemic, people were working from home, so you're trying to support the people at home. Yet on the other side of the spectrum, we had the universities that also had to adapt with thousands of students that can no longer come to campus, and we need to find a way in which we can assist. I want you to take me back to 2020, 2021, the type of conversations you were having with universities or those who needed your assistance, and how that conversation has evolved now in 2024, given that I think we're starting to find our feet with the idea of, for instance, work from home, study from home, or be able to access certain aspects online. Take me through conversation then and what it looks like now.
Sure. So 2020 was clearly a catalyst for digital transformation. I mean, it was one moment we were all okay, and the next moment we were not. And universities had to operate at the speed of light. to really start to respond to the challenges of 2020. And we assisted a lot of those universities to really get into the digital mode that 2020 dictated. In particular, around putting most of their solutions on the cloud. Now, the cloud, of course, is not the cloud as we know it, but I think that we no longer have to explain that. Everybody knows about what the cloud is. And it almost like we were ready, the cloud technologies were built, and we needed to show up with the skills to be able to help universities to move their systems to the cloud to become available. From our own, ERP, we were ready to activate that for the clients. But what was a very important thing that ought to have happened at that time was teaching and learning, because universities are about teaching and learning, and those classes were no longer accessible, and we needed to find new ways of delivering content to the students and to the the university at large. And it was at that time that everybody now started to ask, what are the digital practices? How do you do something called digital, learning? It almost moved everything that we had been writing on strategy and policies into let's start to do it now, because we no longer had the choice. Suffice to say, universities, TVETs, everybody responded. And that is why even today, there's a good continuation of that. You look at the work done at UNISA, which for me is quite amazing. In 2020, they didn't have venue-based exams. They don't have them anymore. 4 years later, going into year number 5, UNISA does not have venue-based examinations. So that comes, of course, with its own challenge, the integrity of the exams. We saw that on the newspapers and so forth. And it requires for us to innovate and improve on how we deliver all of that. But, the beauty thing about technology, I'm old enough to remember 2000, when we thought we were all going to collapse and we're going to die. But technology and the technologies, they always respond. And 2020 was a big hallmark that allowed for us to respond.
Thomas, your experience?
So, within corporate training, it was forced on us, right? And so, although internally as an organization, we're ready with the technology, organizations needed to adapt quickly. And similar to the experiences that the universities had, we were required to move quickly. And so, at that point, I think the technology was there, but let's call it the business operating model wasn't quite there. And so, now where we are is around making sure that we create sustainable solutions, both from a technology perspective and an operating model perspective for our clients. And that talks to making sure that the facilitators that are going to be training, that they are educated around how do you do online training, as an example. That the organization has the right additional skills now around developing of e-learning material that they didn't have before. So building out that operating model, ensuring that you've got the right processes, that you've got the right standards, that the individual's experience is the same across the board. That's critically important, and I think when you look at universities, you need to be implementing that as well, right? So if you're going to be executing on e-learning courses, there's the process to make sure that, or online course, that one professor is not, or one lecturer is not doing it different to another. That experience needs to be the same, and that's where we're transitioning to now in terms of maturing that model, and then looking at how do we bring in other technologies so that we're not in the same situation as we were in 2020, where we lagging on the technology perspective, right. At the corporate perspective,
Okay, Sean, let me get your perspective, because oftentimes when we were talking about digital transformation, a lot of the on-stage conversations I've had with the financial institutions at the time was that there were some CTOs or people who are in that space complaining about legacy systems, etc. And because Thabo mentioned that people had to move at the speed of light, I'm wondering how easy was it in trying to get the universities to move at the speed of light, and whether those pain points were similar to what you would typically see on the corporate side with a massive institution that has legacy systems still moving through.
Yeah, it's a very complex question, actually, Natasha, because the economics are completely different, right? Many of these companies have the surplus during a situation like that to very quickly adapt. I'm not saying it's easy, because there were lots of lessons learned. I mean, you can imagine the impact on us. While it was a good time in terms of software being very central to many conversations, cloud being very central to those conversations, but we had to make sure we can provide a good service. Because we had all of this capacity that was coming. And so we also had to rethink on how, the economic models work for both corporates as well as universities. And in terms of us being able to help, this is where, my role became so pivotal, because, Microsoft, we'll talk about the employment, but we're just a few hundred people here. However, we have 6,000 local partners. So what we had to do very quickly was to enable our local partners to help us to be able to scale, so that we could help institutions like universities where, the economics are so different. So that's where we put a lot of effort. Is that journey done? Not at all. I think one of the challenges we now have in this post-COVID era is, the business model really has to stack up. We don't have this intervention of a COVID era for us to just simply move to the cloud and to do digital transformation. And Natasha, you now have a new AI transformation trend to contend with. So it's now gotten to a point of where we have to very carefully think about that journey and really what makes sense to move and what makes sense to modernize.
Okay. Veronica, let me bring you in. Given what you offer to the market, were you already having conversations with tertiary institutions then, or when did the conversation start with the universities in terms of what you're able to help solve, given some of the issues they may be encountering?
At that time, we were not having conversations with the universities, but all the industries were faced with the same challenge, and integration was the key, because we do have access to technology. There's technology everywhere. That is not a big of a challenge, but integrating that technology and make sure that it talks to the systems in the organization, that was the challenges that we were faced with as we were enabling our customers to then move forward. What we are seeing now is that as much as there is technology, the previous group spoke about access, right? Who has access to that technology? We then talk about connectivity. UNISA is a pioneer of distance learning, and a lifelong learning. And how then do we use technology to access those people that are in the rural areas? We do have technology, then the connectivity becomes some of the challenges that we are addressing. And we are grateful to our government that has launched SA Connect, which connect townships and rural areas from a connectivity perspective. That then means that we are able to roll out content and apps to everyone that is in the rural areas. And that is the space that we really play on, to say that how does everyone get access to this technology? So firstly, internally integration, assisting everyone to Can you imagine working from home and you are in Hamatlala? No access to...
I'd love for people to tell me where they think that is.
Exactly. Somewhere in Polokwane, right? So it's very nice to speak about technology, but you have to work from home. At that time, you could not even come to work, but there's no infrastructure for you to be able to do that. So those are the challenges that we are addressing from a connectivity perspective. And once you have that connectivity, is the second layer then, which is the application layer, to say that how then do we create content and be able to then offer that particular systems. The last one that we are focusing on as Smart Digital is around capacity building.
Okay.
We don't have a problem with their young ones with technology. From the age of 3 to 2.5, they know how to interact with technology, but it's the teachers that they need to be capacitated. And now we've put together a program with the Commonwealth and MICC, and we are talking to UNISA Enterprise to say that how do we then build capacity at the lecturers level, also the learners level, make sure that they're able to do the things that they're supposed to be doing. So after 2020, we saw the gap, just to summarize, in the integration of systems. We saw the gap around the rollout of the infrastructure, and skills was also a big concern.
Okay. Justice, you collect a lot of data, you analyze a lot of things. Before we get to what you do with the data, let's talk about the information you and the team sort of put together and what you've learned over the period. Veronica spoke about issues around, connectivity. I think a little bit earlier on, the panel spoke about digital penetration in the sense that we've got all of this, but then how do we get the devices or the technology to the students who are accessing our the modules from very far away where connectivity can be a bit weird and not great. From the information you may be going through, how are we doing on the side of connectivity, digital penetration, and where are the gaps here? Because we've been talking about this for a number of years, and is the conversation starting to shift a little bit, or is it still one of those things where we need to have a lot more telecoms individuals in this room with us? How does it look?
So there's a widely accepted view that the digital divide still exists. So what we want to do is to try and push for democratization of some of the things and tools we use, so that people can benefit from that. But I think there's still a lot of work to be done to approach that near universal connectivity aspect, because that's where everything begins in terms of the work that we do. But we've also realized that even in those environments that have connectivity and are data rich, the problem sometimes is people are not capacitated to actually exploit that data is a useful asset or resource. And that talks into the skill sets that are required to actually make sense of this data, package it in a way that it can be useful. Because data on its own doesn't mean much. Once you bring the capabilities to make sense and extract insights out of it, it becomes a valuable resource. So there are challenges on multiple frontiers. The access is still an issue. We need to continue narrowing that digital divide to move towards universal connectivity. But even those that do have the data, we still need to empower people to make sense of it. Not just to know what algorithms you run, but to say what problems are we solving. It doesn't matter knowing all these sophisticated methods and everything. At the end of the day, it's to saying, in the given context, what value is analytics bringing? And then we can talk about specific use cases in the education context.
Okay. Wesley, did it take a pandemic to help us think afresh about digital teaching methods? Or, given from your experience, were institutions already talking about that digital side? Were they wanting to be part of the conversation as corporates talk about digital transformation? I think you're on mute there, Wesley.
Yeah, that's a very important question. I think I was once a very much involved person in the academic institutions like the University of the Western Cape. I know that this particular institution, for instance, had e-learning platforms for many, many years before COVID. However, what then happened during this period of COVID, all institutions were kind of forced to implement whatever strategies that were there, systems, and actually do them very well. In other words, if there were imperfections with those systems, if, let's say, the process wasn't complete. I heard someone mentioning that, for instance, UNISA would have had still some elements of enabling students to write exams in a specific venue. I suppose COVID kind of forced those out completely. So to an extent, I would say that all of these things kind of forced everyone to start doing things in such a way that you completely rely on digital solutions and rely on those very, very, very well.
Okay. Let's maybe between yourself, Sean, Thabo, and Thomas, what are the universities looking for? I mean, if you were a university who already had a system built, and then suddenly we have COVID, and as you say, there's some teething issues, some learning aspects there. And maybe now we're in 2024, when you're having that conversation still, that relationship with the universities, what are they looking for? Are they looking for somebody who can give them a fully integrated tech offering that helps them do what they're able to do? Or are they looking for somebody who can help them take what they already have and build it up and fix it and sort of tease out all the issues? Let's start with you, Sean.
Yeah, I think, the context of South Africa, as we've talked about earlier, has to be something that, comes into this conversation. So I think the journey that our local institutions will be slightly more protracted. But it was great to hear about, the CEO of UNISA Enterprise talking about them already starting to think about personalized curriculums for students, because it's a proven fact, and there's reports that suggest that with personalized curriculums you have a 50% better outcome for a student. And with the kind of technology we have available to us, those kind of outcomes become an absolute reality. There are many examples worldwide. Very recently we worked with a university that was able to reduce its submission or its enrollment time from 90 days to 1 day, right? Just by starting to streamline the process as well as the systems that they have. And it doesn't mean just replacing everything, it's also about using the technology to making sure, as Veronica alluded to, that there's proper integration. So for me is, while we have all of these wonderful tools, it's about how we're using in our local context to make sure that that journey can be something that's sequential, and again, as I alluded to earlier, makes financial sense. The one last thing I'll just mention, which I think is a really important point for all of us to note, and I hate being the person that brings a little bit of dread in a conversation, but security. Security at the moment is something that we as South Africans have to really think very seriously about. Depending on the report you read, Natasha, you'll see that we are either, 3, 4, number 5 in terms of cybersecurity risk throughout the world. Recently, we released a threat intelligence report that says that education institutions are now being targeted as one of the industries because of the amount of information that's available, whether it's financial, whether it's student PII information. And then also you have to consider that for many of the organizations that are hybrid, you're bringing a lot of devices into a network that is not secure. So again, as we move into this new age of utilizing all of the technology, I think it's also incumbent upon us, especially in economies like South Africa, where we think about the security aspect as well.
Thabo?
Yeah, when I was going to start to speak, I was going to talk about 2 things.
Okay.
And as it continues to speak, I think maybe there might be 5 more things that I think universities need. But the first one, colleagues have been talking about it, is the reinvention and the rethinking of the business model. And also, a key pillar of business models are business processes. How do you define and help universities to get business processes that enable particular capabilities within the universities so that they can achieve their strategic objectives? Banks have seen that, and they call it enterprise architecture, or some fancy name that says, we see this business, we see these requirements, we have strategic goals. What should we put in place to allow for that to be in place, or to allow for us to achieve those goals? And the technology ought to be able to support the business processes. People like myself who love technology, we love technology for technology, but technology should not be about technology. It should just be about enhancing the business processes, making sure that the business...
We're going to try and get a mic through to you.
Okay.
It's your time limit.
Is it working?
I think so. Let's try that again.
Hello?
There we are.
I thought I'll do the pasta thing and say spong, spong. So, So I was saying that, I mean, we want to, and that's very key. What are the processes that enable a university to function successfully? And how do we enable that with technology? The second part is how do universities become competitive? The biggest challenge in South Africa, and I mean, colleagues spoke about it extensively in previous panels, admissions. Somebody said universities are competing and they want to get the best students as quick as possible. We've developed in our next generation of solutions AI capabilities that allows for universities to be able to pick the very best of the students and be able to select those quickly. I mean, admissions, selections, and enrollment. It's the key cornerstone of every university that universities want to think about. Of course, security is very key, and I'll stop at that place. Because now what we're seeing is that universities are asking partners such as us to say, assist us in implementing these challenges, these infrastructure challenges, and help us solve for the security question. I mean, that's the three that I'll stop at now. Enabling business processes, use innovation to be able to respond to the business demands, and use AI and so forth. And also allow configuration of infrastructure that secures universities.
I want to stay with you on the AI side in terms of the solution that you're offering. How are you training the AI? Like, where are you getting the data from?
Yeah. So somebody asked me yesterday and said, is ChatGPT free? And I said, that's old adage remains. If it's free, it means you are the product. So, but we use, of course, in our case, we have a limited data set of people that are making the applications, and our training comes from that. There's the consent that people provide as they upload that content, and it is within the reach of that particular university where we're implementing that. We try by all means to be ethical about it, but of course, I mean, we open for scrutiny, and people would, the universities always take us to task, particularly around how ethical do we behave around the training of those models. We also have a clear point of not sharing the data with anybody, and controlling data leakages.
I love that legal disclaimer you just threw in there, just in case there was someone who's going to ask you, but how are you, taking care of data given, breaches and things that could happen. But thanks for covering that bit. Thomas, let's get to you. What are the universities asking for?
So I think the key thing here is around, looking at the future and saying, what does that enterprise model look like in the future? What do we have to do now to be ready for the future? And I think there's obviously the limitation around resources, skills and resources. And so the question comes, what do we do now? Or what can we do now to be ready? And it starts with the most simplest of solutions that we call simple now, going from a paper-based application to a digital-based application, just for a student applying for a course. And so what we need to do now is to say, okay, also looking at our partners like Microsoft and the likes around what's their journey in terms of technology, and how do you embed the university strategy and their goals to support that. A capacity building is key. The business operating model, as we've mentioned a few times now, is critical, and it's running across various components. It's the application, and it's the introduction of new competencies, cybersecurity, data privacy, to name a few, that now needs to be built up within the organization, and the education of those, not only within IT of the organizations, but within all users within the universities. And so I think where we need to get to now with the universities is that you've got to move quickly.
Yeah.
E-learning disrupted normal training. Right? I think we must understand that today you can sit here and you can go do a Harvard course if you wanted to, right? And so we need to be looking ahead and understanding what is that next disruption, and how do we ensure that we protect organizations, and also how do we use technology to be inclusive. So yes, we need to build the infrastructure, but today what can we use to drive inclusivity by looking at existing technologies? I'll give you an example of one, not in a university, but in a municipality we were working. Yes, we've got apps available and we've got online websites available, but to get to the community, using a simple technology like USSD, right? So star 141, it's a very simple solution, but it works, it serves its purpose, it's fit for purpose for that community. And so when we look at that architectural landscape, we've got to look at, there's technology that we need to be aware of and we need to be ready for it, but how do we use existing technology to also bridge the gaps? Yeah.
I love the fact that you brought in the idea around resources, and it's a pity we don't have somebody from the university side, because I would have loved to know when it comes to those resources, apart from having the skills to want to bring you guys in to transfer those skills to the staff and to support them there. How much are the universities plugging in financially to be able to adapt to this tech space? And I know you can't answer that. We'll leave that conversation for next year when we do have them in the room. Veronica,
sure. Answer that question before you then direct me with your new question. What universities are asking for is also what other organizations are asking for in 2024, is that most of them, the past group spoke about funding. Mm-hmm. You realize that there's not enough funding, right? And they're saying that we want to save costs, we want to be more efficient. Mm-hmm. And how does technology enable us to be more efficient? We want to protect our properties, our assets that Ipileng spoke about. And how then do we do that? So you can protect your data, but we still need to protect our assets. Yeah. And we are looking at technologies, IoT for energy, that helps us to understand each property in the university, how much do they spend on electricity. We've got water crisis. How much do they spend on water? And how do we then bring that cost-saving element so that they can be that savings that could be directed to other things within the organization. So I just wanted to add on that, what the universities are asking for. Thanks.
Let's stay with you for the question that I was going to pose to you. What role do you see, and perhaps you can answer this, Justice, as well, what is the role of students being involved as, let's call it, co-knowledge producers in what you are offering as companies? In the sense that they are the end consumer. I mean, the teachers and the lecturers are, but the students are the end consumer in the sense that they can tell you whether this thing works for me, I'm learning better, I'm utilizing it better, or I'm able to access it, whether I'm in KZN or I'm in an area where the network isn't working. Is there a role for students to give you that feedback, help you create this product so that it's the best product you're able to give out to the universities? Veronica, your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. If you look at the platform that we have, the AnyDesk platform, it allows collaboration. Mm-hmm. So we are in the era whereby we co-create knowledge. It's no longer previously where it's just the mass distribution one way. Mm-hmm. So we are co-creating, and those platforms like AnyDesk allow you to get feedback from the student. They are able to bring their own insights. Yeah. Because information is everywhere. Then we share those insights with other students, with lecturers, with other universities. Then you can work on a use case whereby everybody contributes, and that also forms part of what AI is meant to do, creating new knowledge, and the student can really participate in driving that and building their own knowledge set, which changed the game with regards to the tertiary and education system. And it will be very interesting to see what can be built from that, and also to create an ecosystem around the creation of knowledge, creation of technologies, creation of apps. We spoke about the commercialization of that knowledge that has been co-created, and those apps that have been co-created. How do you then commercialize that? Because this is where the big thing is within the tertiary and education system.
Okay, Justice, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think student participation and involvement would add a lot of value to the ecosystem, in the sense that, if you think about it, one of the key measures, or maybe the main parameter that we look at to determine success in the education space, is to say, what are the outcomes? Did the students pass or did they not pass? But the thing is, that observed outcome comes right at the very end. would need to delve deeper and better understand what are the drivers that lead to students either succeeding or not succeeding. And part of that, you need to get those insights from the mountains of data that we already have. But the challenge also there is, often we look at these issues from a rear-view mirror perspective, where we say we've been collecting this data over the years. We look at what happened, where we are, but we now need to actually reach a proper frontier of transition where we say, given what we know, can we predict certain outcomes before we get to them?
Yeah.
So if we infuse the power of predictive analytics into this, we can then proactively manage certain matters before they become problems, or we can actually exploit some previously unknown opportunities. But where the student involvement becomes key is when you do that analysis, there's also an opportunity for them to contribute by opting in to provide certain variables. What I'm trying to say here is we are in a regulated environment where we've got POPI, general data protection regulations, and all those things. So you can't just get anything and everything without the consent and willingness and expressed willingness to participate from the student as an important stakeholder in this ecosystem. So if they participate, bring more variables in, it can help us enhance the quality of insights we generate from this, and then start to bring proactive interventions, identify those who struggle early enough, bring in intervention programs to help them, and so forth and so forth and so forth. So we bring together technology and human expertise to make sense out of all this.
Okay, so we've got under 10 minutes left, and in that moment, I'm going to open up the floor to questions. But before I do that, Wesley, I want to come to you here. A lot of the times when we were having the conversation around artificial intelligence, etc., a lot of the experts I spoke to said companies were getting too excited because, again, they wanted to be part of the conversation, but they didn't know where to start. And the quick answer that, some of the experts would say is know your why, i.e. know why you want to move into the AI space and some of the considerations that you need to do. And I suppose let's bring that to universities here, because there's so many models or other methods in which you can get into the space around tech. There's gamification, there's simulations, there's all types of exciting technologies. How important is the honesty, or rather the openness around universities to say, know why you're moving into a certain space, even though the technology is exciting? I mean, how important is it to, so to speak, know the why?
Yeah. No, thanks for that. No, that's extremely important because, it's possible to implement AI for the wrong reasons, or at least not to get the desired results, if you want. So the sense I get is that institutions of higher learning would like to use AI to better understand students, to better serve students. There's sort of like the vision, at least to personalize education. And to do that, AI can be very much useful for that. But I also think in the long run, recently there was a product launch which may sound too far from academic institutions. A humanoid robot was almost unleashed to the world to say, one day we will own our own robots. Can we imagine a future, for instance, where you will have your dedicated university or some form of source of learning material for yourself, for your needs? So the point I'm trying to make there is that, yes, I think without a doubt, institutions of higher learning ought to, figure out what it means to play in the AI space. But in doing so, that has to be very much relevant to the education agenda. In other words, better understanding students, but also to enable better access to education through AI.
All right, with that said, I'm going to open up the floor to questions. Do we have any questions? So we'll get a microphone to you. If you can raise your hand, there's somebody trying to locate you at the back. I think it's on, yeah.
Thank you so much. In relations to, or rather in terms of the data protection, the POPI Act, and also the branch of the POPI Act. Can a student, however, lodge a claim against the university that has branched this POPI Act? And if there's anyone in the panel who likes to respond to this, may they also refer a lawyer? Thank you.
Okay, well, controversial question there. I mean, I don't know who wants to take that one, but as much as we talk, and I think let me add in a layer to that, and I think that'll help you sort of give her the right response. As much as we have institutions, financial institutions that talk of data breaches, and they're honest about it because they have to report to there's an arm of government that you have to report to. Do the universities do the same thing, and they actually explain where the data breach was? I mean, what are you seeing?
Well, I mean, there's a mandatory requirement that should there be a breach of any form, that the information regulator must be notified, and the steps that have been taken to prevent for that. Now, in terms of litigation, of course, I mean, I wouldn't know, but there
are lawyers here. We didn't have an advocate somewhere there, so someone should be able to answer.
But definitely, I mean, there's a requirement. There's a legislative requirement for any form of leakage that occurs to be handled as such. So in what we're saying also, university doing is putting in place protocols to say, in the event of a breach, the following ought to happen. And we're going to see a lot of that. You've heard already that from the advisory that came from Microsoft, we are being targeted across the board. So those are some of the things perhaps that university have to start focusing on. Do they have the right protocols? Do universities know what to do when there's a breach?
Justice, there's a question here that came in online, and it's a very interesting one because it refers to the Government of National Unity, so good luck in how you're going to tackle this. But because I want to, again, add in a layer to help the person who posted it to get the right response, their question reads, are there any visible potential solutions to the challenges mentioned given the new GNU? And I suppose the layer I'm adding here is, earlier on when you were talking about what your company does, you said that obviously you have a lot of this data in order for you to have some way to give the end client, or those who use your data, actionable insight that will guide policy. Given everything we've heard from the ministers who've been going around, or maybe let's say higher education or education, basic education, etc., it doesn't matter, how do they use your solutions to be able to keep up that momentum that we've been seeing from the Government of National Unity? They're very excited, they have new reforms. What information do you have that could be a policy driver, or at least get the conversation started for the current GNU?
Well, that's an interesting question in that it would have been easier if the person who posed the question spoke about what specific challenge they would want us to sort of respond to.
Okay.
But generally speaking, when you do data harvesting, you need to do it within the confines of what's permissible and what's not.
Right.
Hence, that other part where we said we should give respondents the opportunity to opt in or opt out of initiatives. So it becomes voluntary. And then no one will then come back and litigate, for example. But that is talking about it from a point of view of protecting the organizations such as ourselves who actually curate this data. But I'm not so sure in the context of the GNU what exactly the person who posed the question wanted us to get at. I mean, if it becomes more explicit, maybe we
Hopefully they'll elaborate a little bit further, but let's see how it does go there. With less than 2 minutes left to this conversation, I'm going to start off with you, Wesley. We've spoken about a lot of things, and I think we were only just touching the surface. There's so many nuances, so many things we could come back on here and have another 30-minute conversation. What's the one thing that comes to mind for you that when we have this national summit next year, we should at least hone in on in depth or have a solution for?
Yeah. No. So I think some of these things have been mentioned. So I do think we need to address the connectivity in townships and rural areas. What I mean by that is, yes, there's some connectivity in some areas, but we need to pay attention to the quality of that connection. Because for one to have quality access to education, online through technology, it's one thing to have access to connectivity. That connectivity has to be great so that you can have quality access to education.
One topic we didn't cover, I think the previous panel touched on it, which was inclusivity. And I think we are at such a pivotal moment when it comes to inclusivity, because many of these technologies will help us to bridge that gap. To tie it back to the point you had earlier about where's the feedback from the students. Right now, there are so many solutions that improve accessibility for students. If you think about the grade of disabilities that you have out there, probably 1 in 7 people have some form of disability. And right now, we have the technology to be able to address a lot of these student populations that perhaps we haven't. What I'd love to see is how do we really start to accelerate the number of students that are going through a higher education by leveraging some of these accessibility solutions.
Okay, Thabo?
No, thanks very much. And also thanks to the UNISA Enterprise for this important dialogue. I think it's very, very important, and we're looking forward to the next one. I think for me, the key thing is that we should continue to talk about digital transformation. I think it feels that we have mentioned it. It feels like a past fad, but I think there's an element of innovation that we have not touched in terms of digital transformation. I think we've seen some movement in terms of teaching and learning. We've already said that, but colleagues have been talking about IoTs. We need to roll those out, and we need to see more innovation in the. So if we could almost see the same level of innovation that we see in the banks in higher education as well, I think it will be very good and take us. Somebody spoke about moving the needle a little bit. More. So for me, it's around innovation. It's about us continuing to talk about digital transformation. In the early 2010s, we used to say, digitize or collapse. And I think that's the story that we should continue to talk about. Let's be more innovative.
Okay, Thomas.
Thank you first for the opportunity. Now, just say, I agree with my panelists that have shared their views. I think to add, I would want us to look at capacity building. And capacity building not only for the students, but also internally within the university to build those skills that are needed to actually utilize the technology that's available and to explore that and to use it to create value. So that would be great to then have a discussion on in the future. Yeah.
Justice?
Thank you once again for the opportunity. I think what I would recommend we spend more time on is actually to say, for the students' part, let's empower them to have future-proof and current-fit abilities by making curricula on digital transformation-related topics like analytics, cybersecurity, mandatory curricula in the schools. Let's not make it optional, because that's where the world is going. We must ride at the very crest of the digital transformation wave and make sure that we are not left behind. I mean, statistics say our continent has got the most youthful population in the world today. So we may end up exporting talent to those other markets as well. I mean, Estonia, a small country, former Soviet Union in Eastern Europe, they've been well known for exporting talent into the Eurozone. We could be exporting talent to other parts of the world. And I mean, those who do economics, maybe they call it the balance of payments. We may end up getting value out of other markets as well. This has presented an opportunity to do remote work, but let's think about it in terms of saying what new markets can actually enter and play, leveraging our greatest resource, youthful population.
Veronica?
Thank you. I just want to encourage the CEO to get a book, Africa Lead with Digital, for the whole team. But what the book talks about, and this is what we want to see in the next conference, is about creating African solutions for Africans by Africans, right? And I am putting a challenge which I will assist UNISA Enterprise is to set up EdTech, entrepreneurs, put them in an ecosystem, connect them, let them generate solutions that could be used by UNISA, but not only UNISA, can be extended to other universities within the country and in the continent, because we have to drive innovation. And the best way to drive innovation is to use the current students that we have, allow them to build solutions that will solve our current challenges in the country and in the continent.
Okay. Awesome, thank you so much. And with that said, we've come to the end of this panel discussion, but I'm going to welcome on stage as the panelists leave, and the person who's going to be doing the vote of thanks on behalf of UNISA Enterprise is George Madlala. He is the head of media at, of course, UNISA Enterprise. So, George, please join us on stage, and myself and the panelists will be walking off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. You asked a very interesting question before I ascended to the stage, that where is Hamatlala village? Hamatlala village is standing before you delivering the closing address. It's a dangerous question. It might impact on your future deployments. But okay, it's fine. Thank you very much, Program Director. Our CEO, Mr. Lesecha Matsecha, my colleagues in the media unit, Zelfa Makola and Yvette Peters, and our colleague from Business Day Dialogues, Pilan Kanunu, our colleagues from other UNISA Enterprise, the leadership of the students and UNISA Council, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, mine is the simplest task of all the speakers who are on the program. It is to thank all of you for your contribution towards making our first National Summit on Higher Education a success. And I think for this, all of us deserve a round of applause. I'm doing that deliberately. I realized during the discussions there was a lack of round of applause. I don't know whether it was the quality of the discussions or not, but be that as it may, at least I'm giving you an opportunity to exercise your hands. But before I carry out this important task, I want to declare that it is personally feeling good to be back in this building. A few years ago, I used to work as a political journalist for some of the publications of this media group, which we have partnered with for this summit. Program Director, it is important that I highlight the fact that I was working as a journalist here because the Zondo Commission into State Capture used to be hosted in this very building. I don't know if many of us are aware of that. And you're not talking about the Zondo Commission being hosted here. As I speak, I remember a very hilarious story during the proceedings of the commission. There was a gentleman, his name was Vuisile Nzeku. He was representing a company that had issues at SSA, the South African Airwaves. So they got involved in a very questionable deal there. So during the proceedings, he made sure that almost at every turn, he says that he does not remember. If you are following the commission, there is no way you don't know Mr. Nzeku. So the commissioners and also the chairperson of the commission, a very patient jurist, former Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, they were watching this gentleman as he keeps on saying, I don't remember. So the commissioner, Hofmeyer, at some point agitated, angry, you could see, she asks the gentleman, Mr. Nzeku, when did you get married? Mr. Nzeku said, I don't remember. So the Chief Justice was clearly losing it. He said, no, Mr. Nzeku. No, Mr. Nzeku. Can you please help the commission by answering the questions? Mr. Nzeku said, well, Chairperson, I don't remember what I know. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I don't remember what I know, let me get into my simple task. I don't want to be another Nzegu. I want to take this opportunity to thank our CEO, Mr. Lisecha Matsecha, for your support in convening this summit. I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of the media team in this regard. The Deputy Chairperson of UNISA Council, Mr. Sandile Mlauzi, who has just left us, we feel honored that you not only attended the summit, but also delivered a keynote address. And for that, we are deeply grateful, my good sir. I'm sure he's following online. That's how technologically advanced we are. We are hybrid. To the Treasurer General of UNISA SRC, Nokuthula Mathunsi, thank you for gracing our summit and also for participating in the panels. Indeed, we agree with the assertion by many in the student leadership that nothing should be done for students without the students themselves. In this regard, the summit is an initiative that we as UNISA Enterprise seek to complement the fundraising initiatives you have already started as the student leadership. TG, please tell the SRC that we are not displacing you or complementing your efforts. As we say, there is nothing we can do for you without you. To our guest speaker, the Honorable Gauteng MEC for Finance and Economic Development, Lebohang Maile, who also left us earlier, thank you for making time to be with us and delivering your remarks. Please pass our regards to Premier Panyaza Lusufi for assigning you to our summit. Program Director, I want to take this opportunity to express our deepest gratitude to our sponsors and partners. Without whose support, this summit was going to be almost impossible to organize and execute. To the delegation from Telkom, as led by your Executive for Public Sector and Enterprise, Mr. Utibile Kitumetsi, we say thank you for being our anchor sponsor. We really appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. There were big banners that you put outside. Somebody was asking me that, who's hosting? Is it you or Telkom? I said, no, it's fine. When you come inside, you'll get clarity. To the Alive Advertising team, as led by the CEO, Ari Arenstein, we want to express our gratitude for your sponsorship of our marketing campaign with dozens of billboards throughout the busy roads of our country. The campaign is going to continue up until the end of the week. So if you happen to drive in these busy highways, you'll see an ad coming from this event. Look at it, drive safely. To Adapt IT, which is represented by Senior Manager in Infrastructure, Thabo Mkhaswa, we're looking forward to more collaboration with yourselves. To our panelists, thank you for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us at the summit, and also for making time for the briefing sessions that we conducted prior to this event. The fact that you were not remunerated for this shows your profound sense of national duty, and for this, we are deeply grateful. I just thought we had to mention that because when you invite panel speakers, they want to be paid. And unfortunately, we are in the business of raising funds, not pay for accommodation and travel, which is why I want to take this moment to really appreciate the fact that some of you traveled the length and the breadth of the country to be here with us, to share the knowledge that you have. It is really, 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 a great sense of civic service and a service to our countrymen and women. And lastly, To you, our guests in the room, and those joining us online, we sincerely thank you for being in our midst. You could have been anywhere, but the fact that you chose us, we really appreciate you. In conclusion, Program Director, I want to highlight that our funding drive does not start and end with the summit. It is a continuous effort to assist in meeting the challenges of our students and our university. It is in this context I therefore want to once again issue a clarion call to all of us to visit the UNISA Enterprise website on www.unisaenterprise.ac.za to pledge towards assisting our students and UNISA, the University of the Land. I think our panels made it clear that the issue confronting the universities, our 26 universities, is not confined only to UNISA. Yes, we are an enterprise, of UNISA, but we frame the discussion in a manner that we are not only going to be the only ones who benefit from these initiatives, but the rest of the 26 universities. And we also did it deliberately, ladies and gentlemen, because UNISA is a leader in the space of public sector education ever since we were formed in the 1800s. Actually, some of the universities were born out of UNISA. There were colleges of UNISA. University of Fort Hare, I know some of you are here. You are a child of UNISA. Wits University, you are a child of UNISA. So UNISA, having that kind of responsibility, is the one that has to take this kind of a platform, create this kind of a platform to have such discussions. My fellow citizens, our summit has underlined the centrality of the university in our society's life and the implications of the continued challenges faced by our university. You don't have to have big pockets. Working together, all of us, we can make a contribution towards the financial sustainability of our university. This was the first of the many annual national summits on higher education to come. And with those few words, we hope to see you next year. Those who are traveling, please travel safely. God bless. Danko.
And George, I'm going to steal from you and Mr. Nzeko. Before I forget what I know, I'm going to make an announcement to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. And also, there is a light lunch that is being served outside, so please do help yourself, network, ask the panelists if you didn't have a question, maybe one sprung to mind now. The opportunity does exist outside. Thank you, George. And thank you to the rest of the team. Until next year, goodbye.